Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually on Tuesday, June 11th. This evening, one application has been postponed, which is number 6, and that is Putnam Indian Field School at 101 Indian Field Road. They were originally before us for an expansion and enrollment, and they are revising that application. Also, although Mr. Yeski is in attendance, Ms. Jones will be seated for him on all applications. And with that, we can begin with our agenda and with the regular meeting. There's a hand up. Does anybody know who a guest is?
I think it is Mr. DeAndrea, and I'm trying to bring him in, Madam Chair.
All righty.
Madam Chair, question. So
this is a new application now on 46 Coriglia. And while we're waiting for Mr. DeAndrea to come in, because it's a new application, it's Albin, McRae, Levy, Lowe, and then Jones for Yeski. You were seated on the preliminary, which has now disappeared because we approved it.
got it. And does the same apply for Central Middle? Because I was sitting in for Yeski at that one.
No, we didn't close Central Middle. We closed and decided the preliminary. They converted to preliminary on Coriglia, and we closed and decided it, and now it has applied for final, and those are two separate applications.
Got it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Another way of saying it, I should have said it at first, is it's de novo. The final is de novo, if you will.
Thank you.
For that, although it carries all the findings that we've made in the preliminary. Alrighty, so with that, the first item on our regular meeting is Deanna Kirkpatrick Stackpole at 46 Coriglia Drive for a final coastal site plan to remove the existing dwelling and replace the dwelling, etc. As noted previously, this was a preliminary application which we moved to final with certain conditions. And Mr. DeAndrea, you may proceed.
If it's all right, Madam Chair, I was just going to make a brief introduction, if that's okay with you.
It's up to you, ma'am. Normally we go to the person who's representing you, but if you wish to speak, it's your call.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate your time today. I'm Deanna Stackpole, the owner of 46 Coriglia, and we're seeking final site plan approval today. As Madam Chair pointed out several times yesterday at the briefing, our plan is compliant with all applicable planning and zoning regulations for a coastal A zone. Moreover, the plan does not push the limits of what's permissible on the site from a height, footprint, or green space perspective. At the meeting on April 9th, the Commission raised several questions about our proposed site plan. We took those questions to heart, and with the help of various experts, some of which who have actually joined us this afternoon, worked on addressing the questions that you raised. A primary focus of the Commission was the amount of fill used to grade the property. So as a result, we substantially reduced the amount of fill by eliminating any fill on the north side of the property closest to the coastal wetlands. The remaining fill is designed to support the driveway, parking area, provide cover for the septic system, and accommodate the design of the drainage system. At the briefing yesterday, there were some questions regarding the location of the mean high water mark compared to the fill line. For clarity, the mean high water mark is 3.3 feet, which is essentially the height of the seawall. As we set forth in the revised site plan, the rack line, which was observed at approximately 7 feet, is west of the proposed grading, just for context. In response to a request at the briefing, we also submitted a revised landscaping plan that reflects the elimination of the fill on the north side of the property. Other than the elimination of the fill and the location of the generator and AC, the plantings and landscape plan as a whole are essentially remain as initially reviewed by conservation and approved by wetlands. To address concerns regarding potential erosion during construction, in revised development plans dated May 29th, we've added a stabilized construction entrance and various other protective measures, which I believe Mr. DeAndrea went over with Mr. LaRoe. And those will obviously be overseen by land use staff. There were also some questions at the briefing as to what was driving the elevation of the property, or of the house rather. And while technically the property is in an AE zone, the property is directly adjacent to a VE or velocity zone. So as a result, I asked that the house be designed to withstand a 100-year event consistent with the VE zone, which means that the house should have a minimum elevation of 16 feet. I'll also note, however, that the house is proposed to be 6 feet lower than the maximum height restriction. So we're by no means pushing the envelope here. The elevation is being driven entirely by safety reasons. And from a community perspective, I would also submit that designing to the adjacent VE zoning requirements to protect against potential future property damage is not only prudent, but in keeping with the spirit of Section 6-111, particularly subsection 5. So with that very brief overview, being cognizant of the Commission's time, I'm simply going to reiterate that the site plan complies with all applicable planning and zoning regulations for a coastal A zone, and turn it back to the Commission for questions.
Thank you, ma'am. So you don't want Tony to speak?
No, Tony can speak.
I'm just getting the lay of the land, okay? Mr. DeAndrea, did you want to add anything to what your client has said, or she seemed to have said to have addressed all the questions we raised at the briefing that I could remember?
I certainly could not have said it more succinctly and accurately. I would only add that we have had the wetlands permit, DPW approval, and we are totally zoning compliant relative to setbacks in that regard. So I really have nothing more to add, but I will answer any questions presented.
Okay. Does anybody from the Commission have questions or comments? Wow.
Sure.
Nobody?
Well, can we
Go
get
ahead.
there were outstanding engineering issues, and there was the structural engineer evaluating the foundation design. Are we satisfied that these have been addressed?
If that's a question
Bro, do you want to address that?
Right.
No, Ms. Stackpole, I heard your comments, and I'm really addressing my
Patrick.
fellow commissioners and our director.
Patrick, do you want to respond to
I'll
that?
take the first shot of this, Mr. Lowe. Yeah, so the applicant has provided an analysis of the building code requirements and the structural design. They are going with what's called a stem wall foundation, which is permitted in this
Right.
coastal zone. There needs to be a review by the building department, and their engineer will be certifying that design. So it's not, I don't know if it's done to the level of a building permit, but it is been provided all the details about how the design is, and that it does comply with the applicable zoning regulations.
And this also addresses the potential runoff.
The applicant has done a scour analysis and a wave analysis. Actually, I'm going to switch to the landscaping plan because I think it helps illustrate the point maybe a little better. The ultimate design of the plan, excuse me. Are we seeing the drawing? Here it is. Thank you. It is to obviously vegetate whatever's disturbed and leave what is not. The way that the grading is, and the greenery or the ground cover that's going on there is apparently will hold up quite well against wave action, because again, this side of the site is I would say landward of any water movement, and the sites here, the ramping up and then the existing topography is largely being kept as is. So there should be minimal impact according to the analysis provided regarding scouring and erosion in the completed design.
Okay. And similarly, are you satisfied with the conservation comments?
Well, I think the revisions here will address that they've provided revised plans, because they did change the site design and did not change the landscaping. So now this plan appears to match up with the current design.
With the current landscaping plan. The current landscaping plan
landscaping
now
plan we'll
matches
see,
up
yes,
with what the
yes.
pulled back. And
Yep.
when Conservation wrote their memo on June 5th, they hadn't seen it, correct?
We had not had this plan. No, it was the same landscaping design we had seen prior.
Okay.
So they still haven't seen it, or?
No, the landscaping plan that I just showed Mr. Lowe came in today, so we haven't been able to get comments from conservation, but the plan that they commented on the 5th of June was based on the prior plan.
Right.
Okay, that sounds like it's a mixed response to me. That they responded to an earlier plan, but conservation has not addressed itself to the current plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, and perhaps Mr. DeAndrea can answer how this current landscaping plan may address those issues, and if that would maybe give some understanding of the situation.
Yes, so the original application started with the advice by our design team to meet with conservation from the outset to determine the best mix of plants for this environment. So that is what you see all around the property on this plan that's on the screen today and which had been previously submitted. The only change in the landscaping plan was the elimination of the filling on the north side of the building. So all the other landscape elements have remained the same throughout. There's no other change to the landscape plan.
Okay.
And the issue today of submitting the final landscape plan was anticipating that you would ultimately require it as a condition. But
Yes,
we wanted
sir.
you to know that it has been done and that the plan definitely shows that there's no filling on the north side, consistent with the engineering plans.
Okay, and we'll ask them for final sign off on that.
Yes.
Mr. Lowe,
Yes, Ms. Alden.
did you have any other questions?
No, I did not.
Okay, I have a note that somebody said something about moving the garage entrance. Does anybody remember what that is? I'm blanking.
That was me, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I would, in the few areas that there could possibly be some less grading would be if the driveway and the garage were shifted. But again, I don't know how much, because the sewer system septic tank is
The
in
septic tank.
so it may not be as big of a change as it may appear, but perhaps Mr. DeAndrea could talk to that.
Yeah, yes. We studied both options, of course. The entry to the front would require a steeper driveway into the front courtyard because the grading of the front courtyard of the parking is only elevation 13, whereas the garage is set at 15.8 to match the existing first floor. The design for the driveway as currently presented allows us to have a flat slope. And if you look at the contours of the driveway on the curved portion, you'll see that they're virtually flat, 1 foot increase in elevation. And then they rise gently up into the garage. So we presented that plan for grading. It's a minimal amount of grading on that side. Wetlands recognized that it was sufficient and appropriate. And again, by doing this with a flatter slope on the curved driveway, it would lessen the amount of fill that we would have had to enter the front. You could also see that if the driveway were moved to the south in this case, to better align with the garage, we would have to push the fill package farther to the southeast, and that would be virtually impossible to do, given the location of the wetlands and the boundary of the neighboring property. So we feel that this is the most appropriate design, and it accommodates the design concept and the appearance that the owner has presented.
Okay. Anything else? There was one other question about, and I think we answered that, the fill relative to the coastal jurisdiction from conservation, and Ms. Stackpole answered the question about the stabilizing the construction entrance and especially the driveway. So I think we have answered everything that we raised in the briefing. Does anybody have any more questions?
And just to confirm that the elevation of the extreme high water for that area has been addressed, right? The conservation in item number 7.
Yes, that's what I was just asking. Go
Right.
ahead.
Right, yeah, okay, I just wanted
In item
Those-
number 7, conservation asks, that's not the item number 7. Oh, that they wanted to, they just have a note in here, Mr. DeAndrea, to
Yes,
provide the elevation of the extreme high water for the areas, and that it has not been provided as of the 5th, but you have it in your plans now.
Yeah. yes. I can give you a series of elevations. So mean high water is 3.3 more or less, 3.34 if you wanted to be exact. The top
Yep.
of the seawall is 4.1. The coastal jurisdiction line is 5.5, beyond which the DEP surrenders jurisdiction to the local authority, which is the commission. Then we have shown the rack line, which is elevation 7, based on photographs and conditions that existed back in April. I like to recount the fact that when we located that, we surveyed that, photographed that, and then when we went back 2 weeks later after a major storm, there was no rack line at all on the property. So it's a function of how the wind is blowing and the debris that's deposited. And that's it. Then we have the obvious, anticipated high water during the velocities in the velocity zone of elevation 14 and the AE zone of 12. So those are the critical elevations which
Okay.
we are in compliance with.
Okay,
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
righty. Last shot. Anybody? Any questions? Everything's been answered? Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
Public comment, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. Does anybody wish to speak on the application at 46 Coriglia? 46 Coriglia, please raise your virtual hand. Nope. All right. Does anybody object to closing the application at this time?
No.
All righty. With that, the application is hereby closed, and we would entertain a motion.
Okay, this is 46 Coriglia Drive, application PLPZ 2024-187, Chronicles the site plan, applicant seeking approval to construct a new dwelling, swimming pool, and associated drainage and septic system, and modify an existing driveway, 1.13 acre lot in the RA1 and COZ zones per section 6111 of the BZR, and sections 22A 90 and 22A 96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas the application was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission on 4/9/24 and converted to a preliminary application, and the application was moved to final by the Planning and Zoning Commission on 4/9 to address outstanding issues. The subject property straddles the XAE 12, VE 14, and limited moderate wave action flood zones, and has direct frontage on Lower Coscob Harbor. The commission finds that the health department issued comments dated 6/4/24 indicating approval of a 6-bedroom septic system. Engineering division drainage issued comments on 6/5 indicating the approval for zoning and building permit. Conservation issued comments dated 6/5/24 indicating recommendations to the plan. DEEP issued comments on 5/14/24 indicating no objection to the proposal. EMAC issued comments dated 6/6/24 indicating a favorable energy review, and Wetlands issued permit number 2024-024 on 3/25/24. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. Prior to zoning permit, the final revised landscape plan shall be reviewed by Conservation and P&Z staff for consistency with the original landscape submittal. Prior to zoning permit, all soils and erosion control measures shall be installed and inspected by planning and zoning staff. And all S&E controls shall be in conformance with Connecticut DEP March 30th, 2024 guidelines for S&E and SC controls. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second for that motion? What? Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy? Uh-oh. Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Lee,
Lowe,
off, sorry.
Mr.
Mr.
Lowe,
Lowe?
aye. Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, Patrick, what's the better thing to, I think at this point, we're just going to go with 4.
And in the pinch, I would say 4 is enough. I don't know who has been here. Well, it's a new.
No, it's fine. Everybody's, it's a
Yeah.
new, new app, I think, but just because Levy started out seating and seems to have fallen out. Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 4-0.
Okay.
Ms. Stackpole, best of luck with this. These properties always bring out our most diligent efforts because of the storm threat. So I wish you very good luck.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Have a good night.
Thank
Bye.
you.
And with that, we go on to our next item on the regular agenda.
I will keep an eye out for Mr. Levy as well.
I'm going to seat someone else, okay?
Okay.
I think at this point, since he's not here. So the second seated alternate is Madam Jenkins.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okie doke. So is Mr. Tang in?
He is. He just needs to accept promotion.
All right, Mr. Tang, if you would accept to be a panelist. Great. Okay, he said it was rejoining and then nothing happened. Let's try that again.
Mr. Levy is rejoining, looks like.
Yeah, Mr. Levy, we seated someone else because you missed the last vote, so we've seated someone else on this one. Okay. Okay, Mr. Tang, if you're ready to go. So Ms. Jenkins is going to be seated for Mr. Levy till we know he's secure. We'll send the militia for you. Our second application is Zhongzhang Tang for a final site plan to construct an addition to connect the main dwelling to the accessory structure to convert from a single to a 2-family dwelling and also add 1 proposed parking space in the front yard on a 7,510 square foot parcel located at 31 Prospect Street. Seated on this application are Albin, Macri, Lowe, Jones, and Jenkins. Mr. Tang, if you would go ahead.
He's muted.
Mr. Tang, you'll need to unmute if you remember how to do that. There you go.
Everyone?
Perfect. Hello, you're all set. Hello, Mr. Tang.
Yes, thank you. My name is June11. I'm the homeowner of 31 Prospect Street. And this is the second time I come to the commission for the second opportunity. And I'm very grateful for this second chance. And thank you for the commission for reconsideration. And since last meeting, and I met with Patrick twice and Bianca once to have better understanding of the commission concern in order to meet the regulation and to address all the concern. So I adjust accordingly and make a revise my plan. I provide 2 options for commission to consider. If Bianca can go to the page 77, which would be plan 77 plan A, and the improvement is after I contact with the survey engineer company, and instead of previously proposed 2 parking space side by side right in the front, this time I only propose 1 parking in the front, and more importantly, I rotate the parking to be 45 degrees close to the corner of the back, therefore will be less visible from the street. Also make more room for the screening, because the screening is very important. From the comment last time, I believe that Mr. Peter Lois has a concern about that. So, and I adopt also both Peter Levi's and Nicholas comment to make it at least 2 feet. Right now, I make it 3 feet wide of the hedge and 3 to 4 feet high of the hedge, right in front of the property. Therefore, will create a separation from the street. And also, I added one tree 10 feet in the corner of the property, which will create a privacy for my front yard. And also I provide a various size of shape of the grasses. And I believe that my spec was American holly hedge. And also on the tree, that was 10 feet. Also for the hedge will be green velvet boxwood shrubs. And for the various grasses and lower planting, I propose a Francis hosta and plantain lily. So also I invite local two planting professional to get the estimate, and they did provide the estimate to me. I also forward to a planning department, and are ready to install. So through with all those various agency and expert, and we are in much better shape than last time. And right now also, and the planning department provide me the reference of 25 Orchard Street and also 265 Bruce Park Avenue for my consideration of my planting plan. So I do everything I could on my end, reasonable amount of effort. I always show my good faith and always cooperate, and all the way, and revise everything according to section 6155 regulation, and also try to address commission all the concern. So right now, I asking commission to consider allow me, waive me, and allow me have 2 parking space on current driveway, and added 1 parking in the front, or as plan B toward to the side yard. Maybe Bianca can go to 79 of plan B, more extend toward to the side yard. Therefore, will be less visible from the street as well. So, and I asking for commission reconsider and allow me approve me for the 2 parking on the side and the 1 parking in the front with the proper screening, and allow me to have a balance of the right of use of my property, at the same time to provide sufficient screening to fit into with my neighbor. So right now I turn to the commission for the question you might have.
Mr. McRae.
So Mr. Tang, to follow your proposal, you're converting a 1-family to a 2-family, which would require a parking that's satisfied by a parking in the front yard. commission can provide for parking in the front yard, which is normally prohibited by adequate screening. You've provided us with two separate plan sets showing screening. But as I look at both plan sets, I don't see how the geometry of the parking space that you're laying out is physically possible after you get the adequate screening in. You're giving us a planting bed that's adequate for screening, but now the driveway or the parking space is only 8.5 feet wide. I believe that the standard for our use is 9 feet, which begets the other issue of trying to get parking off the street, which is the primary reason for doing this. It leads to me that at 8.5 feet, trying to get in and out of the space would be very, very difficult, which now defeats the complete purpose of trying to have parking off the street. You did not provide turning radius information. The landscape plan itself is ambiguous. It shows plant locations, but it doesn't tell me what they are specifically by species. The turning radius information is quite important to make sure that you can actually enter and exit safely without undue calisthenics to get your car in and out. I find that when we looked at this previously, we were in the same kind of condition, but I don't see a significant improvement or any significant change since the previous review. I'm not too sure where we should be going on this, but I don't believe that we're anywhere further along than where we were the last time. I would have thought that actually understanding what we were doing last time and looking at the geometry, you would have gone back to your design professional for more assistance and significant more help, but I don't think that was happening. Okay, in addition, actually, something that was brought up, I don't believe there was a request for a waiver of the 2-car tandem issue. You have 3 cars parked, or we're proposing to have 3 cars parked tandemly in the side driveway with one in the front driveway. We only talk about tandem when there's 2 cars per unit. That way, the one unit has opportunity to move cars out of the way without disturbing the other unit. So you have a third, which would be a 4th car which you still need to tend to. So, Madam Chair, I'm not too sure where I am, but I am still very uncomfortable with how this application is laying out.
Why don't I suggest this? Why don't, since Mr. Tang is indicating a willingness to work with the commission, why don't we give him our guidance? What
I believe that we did, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
We gave him guidance the last time.
Yeah, but this is a new application, so you have to
It's
start
the same
over now.
guidance. I
Okay,
find
so-
this very uncomfortable, and I
Okay,
don't
so-
believe that the geometry that's laid out
Okay, so
can
let's
work and
okay,
actually
so-
defeats the purpose of having parking, adequate parking and convenient parking in the front yard of a 2-family building.
So, Mr. Tang, what Mr. McRae is asking you is, Mr. McRae, correct me as we go, is he's not sure that that parking space can be maneuvered. So he's asking that you demonstrate that that can work. Then Mr. McRae is asking whether that screening is going to survive. Is that correct, Mr. McRae?
No, I think actually what's going to happen is that when the turning radius and the proper geometry of the front parking space is actually really established and engineered out, there will not be sufficient room for screening to the front yard.
Okay. So the first priority you have is for him to demonstrate how that car is going to maneuver in and out, and that it has enough turning radius, and then to look at what there is in terms of planting space. Another concern? Anything else?
I think actually sight distances, it seems that the driveway entrance itself, although not to mention, probably may not be wide enough to move in and out, and thus, again, getting back to the screening, compromising the length of the screening along the front yard, which is what this is all about.
And So those are the three things. You want site distances, you want the turning radius, and you want then to see what the leftover planting area is. Mr. Leroux, did you want to comment on that?
I just had some questions. Well, a question and a statement. I guess the first thing I want to understand is what would the diminishment of the planting area, what's that size where if we go below it, we don't have a viable planting spot? Is it 3 feet, 2 feet? I think that would be helpful so that any alternative plans that come in, we can say, you know, we don't think it's going to work at that width. And then the second thing is, you know, we don't get sight lines for existing driveways as is, and then being that this is inside of the property, the curb cut's not changing, but we certainly will make sure that whatever is being planted is not going to obstruct the vision of the field of vision coming north and south on Prospect.
Okay, so you'll staff would review. So the key questions are what's going to be viable for screening once, and what's the turning? Does the maneuverability work? And what's going to be viable for screening? And then you would make sure after that the landscape plan works. Yes?
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to know what the commission's thoughts are on what the width of that planting bed needs to be before it's not a worthwhile venture. And I'm not.
It would be a minimum of 2 feet.
Okay.
But because it's all about the screening.
Yeah.
That's the bare minimum. It's got to
Yeah,
be. He's got to support a real, honest to God hedge, because
Right.
you want to park in the front yard. It's all about the screening, and the screening's got to live and be fruitful as it's there. And at 2 feet, you may not get that.
Understood. So 2 feet, but it would have to be a hedge and not something else because the viability goes away. Okay, thank you.
All right. And Mr. Tang, you have your hand up.
Yes, and I just want to respond to Nicholas' question. And I did talk to Kirby survey engineer, and they look at my front yard, and they said 40 feet wide, and I have 18 feet deep. A car, I consult with the planning department, said that minimum can be 8.5 feet. Even I make a change to 9 feet according Nicholas' suggestion, and a minimum of 2 feet. I believe that I still have sufficient space for just one car. And also current existing driveway has been used since I moved in 2007 without any question, any problem, and has been approved previously and pre-existing driveway entrance. So the record approved their concern will not be real, and also based on the expo on the Kirby, and was 2 car available, but I only proposed for 1 car, also all the way extend to the corner of the front yard. And I can be flexible on the 2 feet or 3 feet on the hedge. And most importantly, I think Mr. Peter Lewis last time recommend to extend hedge all the way to the existing entrance. That's what we are here. But I'm glad that Nicholas make a comment. Seems like the planting plan seems appear to be a big improvement. But for his concern, I just provided 2 points to support my plan. One is from Kirby, and one is the record approved since 2007. Has no any question from either from north or south have any maneuver issue. That's a 2 point I like to present to the committee and the chair for the consideration.
Okay, so how do we want to do this? Mr. McRae, why don't we let you answer in a second and let's let Mr. Lowe and then Ms. Jenkins speak, and then we'll go on. Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, the issue here is that, as 6-155 indicates, parking and parking aisles shall be prohibited in the required front yard unless we, the commission, find that the screening is adequate. I mentioned at the last time we met on this application that I found the screening inadequate. And I also said it didn't matter to me from looking at it that the angle coming from the north down Prospect Street revealed the entire front yard because of the opening of where the driveway is. You can't extend screening across the driveway. And I don't see how any screening will be adequate to shield a parked car right in front of that house, or at that angle that he's proposing in Plan A. And in Plan B, it still would be in the front yard and visible.
Okay. So what would he need to do? You're just thinking it does not work at all in either one of the plans?
Correct.
Okay. Which I believe is Mr. McRae's concern as well, but we'll come back to that. Ms. Jenkins?
Madam Chair, Mr. LaRoe, can I ask for your assistance here? One of the problems seems to be that the proposed driveways in both plans are very close to the street. Is there any way to move it closer to the house and farther away from the street, or is there a requirement that it be a certain distance away from the front of the structure?
Well, I think the issue is that there's not a lot of space, Ms. Jenkins, in the front yard to begin with. So to
Okay.
get a aisle width, and then before you run up against this porch and the porch step, you only have maybe it says about 6'9" here, but it probably is less than that with the stoop. So let's just say there's 4 feet of play once you take the 3 feet or 3 foot wide from the planting bed. Then you have the aisle width, and then you have the space before the porch. So there is a finite amount of space. So if anything, it could move a few feet towards the building, but not. If that's something that is drastic for the committee or satisfactory to the commission, we certainly can look at how that works. But I don't know if it's a lot of square footage.
Okay.
Can I comment?
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Tang, I'll just finish with Mr. LaRoe first. I mean, it seems to me that even if they're 2 feet to get the driveway up against the stoop or the base of the steps there, that's going to give you some room on the other side. It might address the turning issue if there's a turning issue, and just enough space for more greenery than a fence or whatever is proposed at that point. Mr. Tang has been trying so hard to make this work, and I'm trying to see if there's even a minor modification that makes it more attractive to my fellow commissioners.
Mr. LaRoe?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, the need for this parking is also derived for the conversion to two units.
Yep.
So if the commission is not amenable to parking in the front yard, then there would have to be either an understanding that the parking provided is adequate or a waiver provided. So if there isn't enough spaces and the commission doesn't want to make a decision about the adequacy of that, then we're at a position where there would need to be other design changes as well. So I just want to I want to make that aware now before we get down the road too far.
Okay, and again, I understand that this is a requirement because it's going from a one-family house where Mr. Tang would have the ability to park in the front yard anyway. Is that not correct?
Correct. The requirement to get screening and come to the commission is only related to 2-family units.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. LaRoe.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Tang, you wanted to comment?
Yes, thank you for everyone's comment and storming. And right now, I just want to add 2 comments here. One, I can rotate from stair like last time and to the other side, to the south side of my porch in order to make even more room for the maneuver. That's one thing I want to go to beyond and above. Second thing I want to reinforce of the message from the Patrick. I believe the commission are very concerned about screening, which I work with the various agency, including the highway department. They got approval. I also work with the PGBA commission. They got a variant understanding of the R6 unique situation, and they vote 5-0 to approve, and understanding there's no other better place than where I propose today. And they 5-0 approve, grant me the variance. Right now, I understand the commission here try to enforce screening. But again, I try all my best, and I do everything. I want to remind we also need to consider reasonable use, the right of the individual, and a zoning enforcement. I have calculation way ahead of time tell me I have 4,100 plus square footage. Right now, I only have less 2,000 square footage. So I ask me, give me a break. And I do everything I could. And in compare with the two other property, 25 Orchard Street, 265 Bruce Park, I visited them. They have very similar situation. I don't see they have more screening than I have. And I do everything possible. Again, I asking you to balance, to keep a good balance in between of the utilized space, which I try, at the same time to be mindful with the neighborhood, which I do. And I do extensive study of my neighbor. All of them. My proposal is that meet the standard even better than everybody else. And you can find the fact. One of your commissioners also tell me tons of people parking in front yard of my area. Also, some of them you said illegally, but some of them legally with one family, including 67 Prospect Street. So there's not much difference between the one family or two family, although the section can be different, but why they have less, they allowed to park 67. Why two family, they are same zoning, and they built 2013. So very new, and not mention about the 25 Orchard, 265. So all I asking to be fair, to be balanced, not overemphasize one factor. That would be not fair for the resident. So that's the 2 points I want to make. One minor change, I willing to rotate my current stair to other side in order to create more, even more room. Right now I have 18 feet, 4 inches deep front yard. Right now Nicholas only asking for 9 feet wide. So I still have at least 5 feet if I make 9 feet. So please, I asking for the spirit of the justice and fairness. That's all I like to make.
We always do our best, Mr. Tang, to be fair and to treat everybody the same. That is our objective. but we also try to protect the neighborhoods. Mr. Lowe.
Just to follow up on what Ms. Jenkins was saying, if you were to be able to move a parking space closer to the structure of the house, to my way of thinking, that would only provide greater visibility from the street of that parked vehicle. So because you're moving it more into the open gap of the driveway entrance. So I don't, to me, that doesn't help resolve the screening issue. And that's it. Back to you.
Anybody else? Okay, so Mr. Tang, the first time you applied to us, you asked us to vote right away, and we did. This time, what I would suggest to you is that you continue, you've heard what the commission's concerns are, and that you continue to work with staff to find a solution. You've got time left for your application. Why don't we use that time well and try to find a solution? Patrick's always willing to help, and Bianca as well. And what they could do, you've heard what the concerns still are, and see what can be done, because you have until August, and we'll accommodate you anytime that staff feels you've found a solution. But before we move on or anything, let me hear what Patrick, then Mr. McRae, and then again you, Mr. Tang. Go ahead, Patrick.
August.
Thank you. I just want to clarify some points made. First, and I know I'm speaking to the commission here, so apologies for re-educating everybody, but a variance is not a site plan decision. This is a site plan decision. And yes, Mr. Tang was successful in getting a variance for the addition to the house. However, this is a different schedule, different court, different rules, right? So I just want to point that out. And secondly, there is no highway approval for this, and there should be none needed if the driveway is not being expanded. So any statement that highway is okay with this is only because there should not be, or there, as proposed, it does not appear that there'd be any work in the town's right of way. So it's not so much that highway is okay, it's just that highway has no jurisdiction and therefore has no comment. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear.
Mr. McRae.
As I review the provided information, and going back to something that Ms. Jenkins said, it boils down to, in my opinion, that there's not enough room in this front yard to provide area for the proper geometry of putting a parking space in it that would be adequately screened per 155. I would be doing Mr. Tang a disservice to continue, or to suggest to continue going on with this. I don't believe this can be done. I don't believe there's another solution. I don't believe moving the stair is going to help. Matter of fact, actually moving the stair would probably even be worse, because you're moving it into where the parking space is supposed to be. I would loathe to be going back and forth on this over and over and over again. In my opinion, I don't believe this can be accomplished, and that we should probably be looking at some kind of a decision today, because I don't think we can go on and on with this and try to look at different ideas where we've seen at least 6 different ideas already.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Mr. Tang?
Yes, and I think that all of you are expert on this, and instead of the impossible, I would like asking you what is possible. So I would like you to give me a suggestion.
We can't, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we can't really do that. All we can do is what the commissioners have done, which is tell you the concerns they have and to let you address them. We can't actually fix your site plan for you. So all we can say is, here's the concern. Can the car really maneuver? All those things. Could you move the driveway? Those questions. We really, every now and then we make a mistake and we try to fix people's problems, but we should not. So Mr. LaRose, so just so you know, Mr. Tang, Mr. LaRose,
Yeah.
go ahead.
May I
No,
just make one more comment?
Yes, of course, Mr. Tang.
Yeah. For the space, I trust Kirby Engineer Survey, and I believe that what they come out the result means all I asking is one parking instead of two parking, which has been backed up with the factual support in terms of concern of enough space. Second, in terms of adequate screening, I adapt everything from 25 Orchard Street and 265 Bruce Park identical, adapt from them. I believe I should be treated fairly and consistently. Number three, in terms of Nicholas Margaret's comment, he voted yes last time, and this time he said impossible. So I question about his consistency and credibility, and to stick with the what he voted. And he told me why he voted yes last time, and this time he said different story. So that's something we have good faith in the committee, in the town of Greenwich. So how can commissioner flip-flop with his decision compared with last time and this time? I believe everything on the record in the agenda. So everything should be transparent. So I believe my space is sufficient because based on the factual survey, I believe the screening I adapt from I also listen to the planning suggestion. So you send me back to the Patrick and Bianca. What can they work on? You have no guidance provided at this meeting. So I strongly recommend Nicholas and to rethinking about his comment, why he changed his stand. That's not I expect. And I still have good faith with the majority of commission here.
Okay. All right. Patrick.
I think the commission has been giving guidance here and explaining what they would expect. I think there is a strong reservation from the commission that parking in the front yard will meet the regulation. So I think that is the guidance that's being given. I just want to point out, because I think I spoke incorrectly, the commission is not going to be asked a waiver of parking on this application. It's the tandem parking, which we've consistently approved as 2, front and back. It would be 4 parking spaces are required. There is no ability for the commission to consider less than the number, that number. So if the applicant is not successful in providing 4 parking spaces, they will not be successful in getting 2 units without a variance or an alternative plan, which gets to my next point. The applicant has an engineer involved and a site surveyor. They are obviously capable as professionals. I think the applicant has the right, with the application, the amount of time that they've filed, to work with the commission to address it. So I would recommend that the application not be voted on tonight, that we get their design team involved, as they have been, trying to come up with a design that addresses the comments that we've heard tonight. Obviously, we have a list started from the comments that we've heard, and then we can work with the applicant to come back to the commission with a drawing or plans that perhaps can address the majority, if not most of all of the comments that we've heard tonight. If that, again, I'm asking the commission for that.
Yeah.
and not, it's really rhetorical, but thank you.
Just one clarification, Ms. Jenkins, you're the best note taker sometimes of all of us. When we voted to deny, do you have the vote in front of you by any chance?
I'm sorry, I don't have that, but
Okay.
I believe the denial vote was unanimous.
Yeah, that was what I
Prior-
remembered, that
correctly.
Nick has not changed his vote or his position. Nick, do you recall? I didn't want to put you on the spot, but
Put me on the spot because I will actually address the situation because the last time that we saw this, there was not enough adequate screening, but the parking spaces and the geometry of the parking spaces provided showed that they could go in and out. It was much, much wider
I
than
don't have the
8.5 feet. Well, I have it in front of me right now.
No, but I
I
don't have the
believe-
date. I believe we voted unanimously. I think Mary's right.
Yes.
It was a motion to
I agree.
deny.
It was a motion to deny.
Yeah.
So it came out unanimously. But it
Tracy,
was
do you
very,
have that?
very different than what we see today.
Yeah. Okay, so I think
If you
we're,
give me the date, I can pull my notes from the meeting. I just don't
Yeah.
remember the date off the top of my head either.
3/5/24 meeting.
The
Okay.
decision, I believe, is in the staff report, so let me get to that and I'll
okay.
make
Our
those.
staff report this week.
I believe it was included.
The
I
fastest,
saw-
Give me 1 second.
the fastest way is actually to go to the,
Go to the agenda too on the web, right?
yeah, that's what I always do. All right, race against time here, you guys.
I maybe have made a liar.
Okay, so motion to deny the final site plan moved by Macri. And everybody voted to deny the final site plan except Albin. I was the only one who voted for not denying it. So Mr. Tang, motion to deny the final site plan. The last time you were here, Mr. McRae has not changed. Mr. Levy, Mr. Lowe, and Mr. Yeski all voted to deny the final site plan. I was the only one who voted against the denial. Mr. McRae did try to make amendments to your site plan, which he supported in the first two votes, which failed to carry. And eventually he voted against it, just so you know. So he was trying to accommodate and then he eventually voted against. And I'm looking at the record now. So Mr. Tang, you've heard our reservations. Well, I think that Patrick is right, and we should have you continue to work this with your engineers and come back. I'm also at a disadvantage because you keep referring to these two properties that are your comparison points, and I don't know what those look like. So I'm at a disadvantage here, and I want to go revisit those properties that you say have a situation that you don't. Mr. Tang, before we leave this, continue this, do you want to add something else?
One more question, one more point I'd like to add I believe the Nicholas said this time I plan the entrance, or maybe I extend too far my head toward to the existing entrance. So but Mr. Lois was asking me to extend close to the entrance. Is that possible to make a compromise and to have satisfy Nicholas said to have more room to maneuver entrance and also to have reasonable length to do the screening. I believe that my car, if rotated 45 degrees, will be need less 18 feet long. So if I make a 18 feet or 19 feet long of the screening, which will make a privacy or separation from the street and the parking. At the same time, we still leave sufficient room for car to maneuver it.
Okay,
Madam, if I may
so,
address this
yeah,
real quickly.
okay. we're gonna, okay, Mr. McRae is gonna answer you, Mr. Tang, then I'm gonna take public comment. And then we're gonna stop, okay? Because we're not getting anywhere right now. I'm gonna send you back to Bianca and Patrick and to Anam and Kirby and see if you can address, you've heard what the commissioner's concerns are and see if you can address it. Mr. McRae, and then I guess.
I just want
Patrick.
to reiterate something that you had said before, Madam Chair, that we are not here to design a project for an applicant. That's up to them.
Yes.
Okay, and I really do not want to comment on any kind of design for this project again. Okay, if the applicant has issues or has questions about the design, they should be contacting and retaining a design professional for that work, not asking us what to do.
Yep. Okay,
you.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Mr. Leroux, did you want to say something?
And you took the winds out of my sail, Mr. McRae. I was just going to say,
My apologies.
talking about it. No, it's
He's
okay.
cute with a windlass sail.
Yeah, just sitting in the dinghy in the bay.
Yeah.
I think the point is that we can't talk about what the movements and iterations. We need to see those things.
Exactly.
We need to have those drawn. So it may all be plausible and it may be addressing it in discussion, but again, we need to see it in execution. And so that's why we should put a pause on this, work on plans, and then bring it back to the commission, hopefully with some progress that is in the right direction.
Okie dokie. So does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 31 Prospect Street? Please raise your hand. Anyone from the public on 31 Prospect Street, please raise your hand. No public comment. Okay, Mr. Tang, we're going to continue this application. And we will see you when you're ready to come back. You've got time. So hopefully you'll be able to work something out. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Our next applicant. Okay, first of all, Mr. Basili, are you alive and well?
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Very good.
All right.
Alive
Okay.
and right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
So we now open to the public hearing. The first item on the public hearing will be the Central Middle School. And everybody who's coming in, please raise your hands because I know there's quite a few of you. All righty. So. Holy cow. Wait. So. Wait, I'm not sure we can fit so many people, you guys.
Luckily, the room is infinite in its size, Madam Chair.
This is really something, Laura Costin.
I think besides Kemp and Mr. White, I think that's it for now, right?
Well, Lauren Rabin has her hand up. Kemp has his hand up. Claire has her hand up.
I believe that's for public. Some of those are public comment.
Okay, so folks, it's only the folks that have to come in now and speak on behalf of the committee. It's not just the public comment, okay? All right. So Claire, she's probably coming in. Miss Kilgallen.
She just needs to say yes to the
I'm
promotion.
working. Yeah, Miss Kilgallen is saying no right now. Maybe she stepped out. Okay. And Mr. Moore. Okay. Morehart.
I am not presenting, so I'm going to stay on mute.
All righty. Okay. We're in good shape. All right. So Town of Greenwich, our next item is application number 3, Town of Greenwich Central Middle School Building Committee for a final site plan and special permit to replace the Central Middle School building with related site improvements, including grass athletic fields, vehicular access, and parking areas. The building will exceed 150,000 cubic feet in building volume. This is at 9 Indian Rock Lane in the R12 zone. Madam Kulikowski, you have your hand up.
Yes, just before we get started, if anybody is reading a prepared statement this evening, could you please read it slowly for the court reporter?
Yes, he doesn't
Some
like
of you
it
were
when people...
very fast.
Yeah.
And also, if it is already prepared and typed up, could you please send it to Patrick, and then he can get it to the court reporter, and it just makes his life a lot easier.
And it saves the town money.
Great job.
All right. I mean, not that we don't want to pay you, Mr. Basili. All right. So with
But I'm
that,
happy though. That's the only thing. Happy first, then
who's leading off for
I'm the kickoff, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Turner, if you would go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Tony Turner, Chairman of the Central Middle School Building Committee. And of course, we are here tonight to ask for your approval, both on our final site plan application and the special permit. Madam Chair, at your suggestion, we did leave our tribe at home from our meeting 2 weeks ago, but they are on standby in the event we have a more detailed question this evening that we need to call on them. With that, in the interest of time, I'm going to turn it over now to both Claire Kilgallen and Steph Cowie, our regulatory working group, the two, along with Dennis Yeski, that have been working so hard on this project and in hand in glove with Mr. LaRoe. So Claire and Steph, over to you.
Thanks, Tony. Good evening, Chair Albin and commissioners. I'm Steph Cowie, and as Tony had mentioned, I'm part of this regulatory group for the building committee. We want to thank you all for your time that you have spent with us, and a special thank you, of course, to Patrick LaRoe and Dennis Yeski, our ex officio member, for their support through this process. It has been absolutely tremendous, and we can't thank them enough. So tonight, our presentation is very brief as the committee continues its charge of this 112 million, 22-acre project under the town charter that is strictly to adhere to the Board of Education approved educational specifications per the State Department of Education. Public school construction is state-driven process and unique to the town, even compared to a private school process, as P&Z has seen only 4 large public school projects over the last 10 years. We will share our 2 final DPW items, our internal sidewalk, which is 1C, and that was unanimously approved by the committee, and also DPW. And DPW has approved the proposed changes on Orchard, the crosswalk at the bus exit to include the textured strip with additional traffic calming measures, RRFBs, and illuminating signs. Tonight, we're asking for the commission to approve the CMS final site plan and special permit. We thank you all for your time that you've spent on this project since our pre-app began with you with P&Z in July of 2024. I'll now turn it over to our architect, Stephen Martocchio of SLAM. Thank you so much.
Mr. Martocchio.
Good evening, commissioners. Again, we appreciate your time this evening. Special thanks for us goes to our regulatory group, our liaison, Dennis Yeski, Patrick LaRoe. Appreciate the time you spent with me over the last couple of weeks trying to really get this down to our last few items. So thank you for your time. I'm going to share a screen quick.
Did you? Yep. Okay.
Seeing screen now?
Yep.
So we are down to just 2 items as Steph described. The few items that I'd like to just briefly talk through, and we can jump to the PDFs if we want to see a little bit of a close-up, is the update to the internal sidewalk. The DPW item 1C suggestion certainly coincided with what we were hoping for when we presented last time to you folks a few different sidewalk options, different than the travel path down Orchard Street. So you can see here, we did the extension along our parking lot, along the east edge of our parking lot, that makes a connection now for any students that come this way through the site, down and across, never having to cross the traffic of the parent drop-off. And that equals any students coming up from the site, traveling down this path, who also do not have to cross that parent drop-off loop. So for us, this was a huge step forward for general site safety. This was something that we've been trying to get after since the end of our schematic design. And we thank DPW for meeting with us in between our last session with you folks, talking through this and really helping us get at the heart of what we were trying to get to. Our last outstanding item with DPW was about sightlines. What you see on the screen here, and I'm actually going to jump to a blow up of this. What you see on the screen here indicates to you the two sight lines for approaching traffic from either end down Orchard Street to our crosswalk. This crosswalk now has integrated that stamped, textured, colored pavement that DPW has given us some guidance on and has approved. And this incorporates both the profile and the distances required to meet both town and state regulations. So for us, this again was a big step forward, getting in that textured pavement while still being able to provide the bus turnout radius revisions and now the sight lines for the student safety coming across from the very small but very important little piece of neighborhood and that new little strip of sidewalk that breaches across from one driveway to the other driveway. That's going to allow anybody on those cold winter days to be able to get through on a paved pathway from a house to a sidewalk across onto our property. And for us, again, really big win for both the building committee and the design team.
Excellent. When DPW agreed to the three options as well as the crosswalk and the stamping, they gave you conditions on both. We would de facto include them in any decision that we make, that you comply, that they've got some language about the paving and all of that. We would just ask you that you follow all that. On option C, I think they've also got some language in there. So we would just de facto include that as assuming that you've been in meetings with them and that you have agreed to their conditions.
Yes. So those were our two items.
Those were the two items. I don't have myself anything else outstanding to ask you. In fact, in the work I was doing over the weekend, I think at this point, you've done, the building committee has done a very thorough job on what it has addressed. We did want to see you go back to the ARC on the items that they had raised with you. The ARC was disappointed, and I would say it again later, that when you got there, you were so far down the path that you were not that receptive. You heard me say it at the briefing yesterday that you were not receptive to changes. That was a disappointment for the ARC and a disappointment for us. And we create this group in 1986 to guide, or early in the 80s, to help yield great designs for the town. And essentially they are bypassed by this. So I would like to see you go back. I was disappointed that they didn't get to have more impact. But I believe you're happy with, the building committee is happy with its product, and that is what matters. They had two outstanding items for you. As you recall, one was the top of that brown, the two browns that you have on the top, and the other one was the awning, and that's the two things to go back on, is the coloring. So if you would do that, we would be grateful. Is the committee in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, the other thing is there was some back and forth about the tree warden's conditions and landscaping conditions. I think you've all agreed to them, that you will follow what the tree warden says, and that the planting will go and stay alive. There was a reason that some of those comments got made. We have not, as you pointed out, we've seen some major school projects and sometimes things die. So we did want you to have them live, and sometimes they never get planted. Mesa, of course, being a bad situation because of the contamination. As regards contamination, from everything we've received from you, the site appears to be clean and require no further work. However, if in doing the cut and fill that you need to do for the construction, if this application is approved, we would want to hear from you right away, so that we could tackle it. I'm sure you're going to do that. You know how Mesa went. We did. You were asked at the previous meeting about the archaeological work. We do have the letter from the state saying that they don't deem that to be necessary. I believe, oh, and the last thing I almost forgot is the sewer work. You're working, sewer said that you were collaborating with them and that a design looks to have been developed that works with what they're seeking. We encourage you to continue to do that as it's essential to you. We know that you're also continuing to work on safety measures as you go through this. If you uncover, since you are bound for life until this thing has a final CO, you are going to continue working on what else you could do for safety. As you know, we're very hopeful. It's not your burden, but we're very hopeful that we're going to be able to do the camera enforcement. It is not a red light camera. I keep telling people that. The other thing is the state law passed the one on the school buses, on passing school buses. We're hoping that somebody will pick up on that as well at some point at the Board of Ed. Drainage, I think you're in good shape. Again, you're working on a wet site. You're having to waterproof the building, and you're going to have to stabilize that filled soil that in the existing site, in what's going to be the building site. If you encounter something again that would require revision of the site plan, you would have to come back to us for a revision of the site plan unless it can be done without revision. Conservation and had raised at one point some concerns about where you're going down to ledge and adding soil and adding fill, whether your plantings will actually thrive. The answer has been yes, that it's going to work. Again, you've got enough conditions on the landscaping that we will find us. I hope we find a solution. And it was a concern and a valid one. You have no wetlands issues. I think I've hit, just for the record, I'll say that everybody seems to be agreed on the removal of the outcropping pursuant to the chief of police's comments about it being a safer thing to remove, and much to the regret of those who find it a landmark. But we prioritize the safety and the police chief's comments. I believe that you will also be continuing to work on safety issues as you encounter them. This is an evolving world, the danger to school children. And so if anything happens as you're building that you could do to enhance safety, we hope you continue to do that. There are a couple of issues that might come up, and I hope you can address them successfully. So that's from me. That's what I have, is what they've agreed to and the comments they've received. Does anybody on the commission have questions or comments that they would like to put forth?
I do not at this time.
Mr. Levy.
I have also commented on some outstanding issues about the building itself.
Would you, Mr. Levy, put them on the record at this time?
The massing and the materials, I think, are less in keeping with the idea of a middle school in our town than I'd like to see. I think that the comments from the ARC are very important to consider. I think this is the time to address them. Otherwise, it's a missed opportunity. The sense of procession and giving a strong sense of welcoming and entry are somewhat missing. The massing of the building, I think, is doesn't give a classical sense of pride in public buildings. So there, and I could be more specific, but I don't think I need to at this juncture. And I think that some of the ARC comments address some of these things. I would, if the applicant has any further comments about how they might want to address them, I'd be happy to listen.
I think not. Okay. Along one other thing regarding the conservation comments, and I'm just going to put it on the record now. The commission did note on several occasions that locating this building in the site of the existing fields is environmentally suboptimal. We understand that it is being done in order to ensure that the present school continues to operate and that the children do not have to be relocated. But it is less than optimal from an environmental point of view because you're doing significant cut and fill, you're taking down trees, you've seen the conservation comments, and you're working in a low wet spot that requires the building to be waterproofed, where it would not have to be waterproofed if it was in the existing location. And the waterproofing isn't cheap. I believe that our friends who are working on the old Greenwich School have discovered the same thing. Waterproofing is not cheap. So, but we understand why you're doing it. And that's just putting it on the record that we would have liked to have seen something more environmentally positive. Madam Jones, do you have anything to add on this since you're also seated?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Wells?
I do not.
When we talked about the energy, since that's Mr. Wells's thing, when we talked about energy efficiency, he said that you had explored this thoroughly. One of the things is that you are planning to wire the building it is going to be wired for the solars. You are going to be doing the EV charger wiring, and you are debating using a natural gas generator if that meets the on-site security that issue that is in the building code. You've also are planning to build this so that it can attain LEED's gold. And we've had some mixed views from EMAC regarding LEED and energy efficiency. However, we know that that's been your objective in terms of windows and insulation, et cetera, and that you're trying to maximize the efficiency of the building itself. Okay, I think I've asked all the commissioners. With that, does anybody wish to speak from the public? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Costin. Madam Costin.
Sorry, it takes a minute to unmute and start my video.
I know, it does, I know. Sometimes we don't do it for that reason, but I like people's faces to be up. Sometimes we just enable talking, but I like seeing people. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commissioners and Town Planner LaRoe. You've heard me speak so many times. We're practically family, but for the record, I'm Laura Costin, Board of Education Liaison to the Central Middle School Building Committee. Thank you again for taking the time to review this important project. It's important to our students, their families, and the community as a whole. The project before you tonight is one that, as you know, meets the education specifications that the board worked so diligently on for months. It is one the board has voiced its unanimous support for, and one that our state delegation has advocated for in Hartford. as well as one that the community has rallied around. It also meets the requirements of the POCD, our town's guiding star. Each local Board of Education is required by state statute to provide for so many facets of a child's education, including good and safe facilities. And this project checks those boxes and more. This project has been a labor of love for so many of us, and it has required a lot of labor. So it is my hope that you will vote to approve this project tonight so we can get it done and completed on time. And I just will state for the record that in case nobody has noticed, our 6th grade wing, where it currently is, does flood. There's sandbags outside, and that the current location is far from ideal for a building. And we did really contemplate this issue very carefully. So I hope that addresses.
No, that was never, that was never shared with us. And the fact that this other site has, this site has fill and has to be stabilized and has to be completely waterproofed has always been, and the amount of cutting and tree removal. But anyway, Ms. Costin, I did want to ask you a favor. This state law regarding passing school buses.
This is not one that I have heard about.
Yeah, so I'll happily send it to you. It is outside of our lane, but I really like these ideas where we will have more vigilance to protect children. So what it is, when a school bus is stopped, if a car passes it, there is a camera mounted on the bus, and you immediately ticket the offender. And it is vital to saving children's lives. And people know it's out there. It passed at the end of the session, but you guys are the only ones who could get anybody to move forward on this. I would love to see that happen, because over and over, and you guys have done a great job at addressing all the traffic safety issues over and over. The key concern we have heard around Central Middle and all the schools has been the traffic safety. Keeping the kids safe is very difficult with the speeds at which people drive today. So I would love to have you guys step in on that, since every now and then I do recognize that certain things are outside.
I am
zoning.
going to investigate this.
Right.
I'm so intrigued, and it is so
I'll
important.
send you the bill. I'll send you the bill.
Thank you very
It may
much.
not be tonight, but I will send it to you. Lauren Rabin is our next. Thank you very much, Ms. Costin. Lauren Rabin is our next speaker.
Oh, thanks, everyone. Lauren Rabin. I am the Board of Selectmen liaison to the Central Middle School Building Committee. I also chair the Communications Subcommittee. And I was just thinking back, it was 2 years ago, or a little more than 2 years ago, that we started to interview the candidates for the board, the building committee. And I couldn't be prouder of the team and what that we've been able to accomplish. And I thank you for all of your input and support of the effort. And we know that we have strong community support. We know that this is necessary. The design has been thoughtful and thorough. We've taken in community input, the adjacent neighbors' input. Everybody has had input to this project. Is everything perfect? It's as close to perfect as I think we're going to get. And I very much hope that you close the application and vote in favor this evening.
Great, thank you very much. I'm not seeing our next speaker. Where did he go? Brought him in and he's gone. Okay, does anybody else wish to speak on the Central Middle School? All of a sudden, everybody's hands coming up. Okay.
I think I might have bumped Mr. Lulkin.
No, Mr. Lulkin, you are next and you got bumped. I am so sorry. We will punish Patrick accordingly. Mr. Lulkin, if you would go ahead, followed by Karen's iPhone, and Karen, you will have to say who you are for the court reporter. Mr. Lulkin, if you would speak.
Thank you, Chairman and panelists and everybody. So I'm very pleased that it looks like the school is finally going to come to fruition and get on with it. So I'm happy about that. I have my continuing personal concern, and Steve Martuccio has been very nice and communicating with me. So thank you for that. And he indicated that they would make an effort to move some evergreen trees to accommodate my wishes. And I just would like to point out one thing, and I appreciate what he said, reaffirming what he said at the last hearing. He said that we'll do the best job we can within the parameters, project parameters. So I'm just simply requesting that that's a little bit of a slippery verbiage. I don't doubt everybody's good faith, but it's easy to say it simply wasn't within the parameters. I'm requesting very simply that it be a condition of the approval that they do a little more than make the best efforts and try to actually accommodate me. And that's it. So I'm happy that it's, regardless of my issue, I'm happy that the school will progress. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loken. Our next speaker is Karen's iPhone, which is not Karen Hirsch, is all I know. Hello, just give your last name to the court reporter, please.
Sure, this is Karen Kowalski. I'm chair of the Board of Education, and I apologize. I'm in my car at this time. So
Kowalski, hold on a second, ma'am.
Sure.
Mr. Basili, Kowalski is Kowalski. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I won't take too much of your time. I just want to thank the chair and the commission for hearing us again, and I want to throw my full support behind a full approval of the CMS building. Committee's application before you. I couldn't say it better than Ms. Rabin and Ms. Costin, who have done a tremendous amount of work. And I'm hopeful that with all of the changes and that they have done, including, complimentary to your helpful insight from the commission, that you would lend your full support and have a full unanimous vote this evening so that we can move forward with our CMS project. And I thank you very much for your time and all of your input. It's been very helpful.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Karen Hirsch.
Hi, sorry. Bad angle, but I'm
right.
Karen Hirsch. I am the vice chair for the Board of Education, and I know I've spoken to this committee in regards to the Central Middle School building application in the past. And I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the committee for their dedicated attention to the Central Middle School building project. As you know, the building committee has clearly demonstrated a commendable willingness to address concerns from all down bodies. And providing our students with the most up-to-date and the safest of schools is of the utmost importance for their educational experience and well-being. We're hopeful that you will vote in favor of the final site plan and special permit this evening. And we wanted to thank you for your continued support and commitment to such an important project for our students and for our town.
Thank you, ma'am. And one more, Mr. Kane. Matthew Kane is next.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Matthew Kane. I am the co-president of the Central Middle School PTA, speaking on my own behalf this evening. When I was trained as a lawyer many, many years ago, great lesson I got was when you get the answer you want, or you think you're going to get the answer you want, you stop talking. So I will just very briefly say thank you to the commission, to all the members of the building committee and the staff who put so much effort into this, and just simply urge that the application be closed this evening and that you all vote in favor of a motion to approve the final site plan and special permit. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Healy.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I just wanted to say I'm Tom Healy, a principal of Central Middle School. Mr. Kane had made it clear that my comment should be super short. So I too just wanted to mention that I really appreciate all of the work that has been put in by this body and the previous bodies to get us to this particular point. I also urge you to approve this final site plan so we can continue to stay on track for hopefully opening the school for our students as soon as possible. And again, I'm a lifelong Greenwich guy, and I just wanted to say that even with that, it has been so impressive what a collaborative effort across so many different people and bodies and input it's been awe-inspiring, and we all know that various compromises have been needed to make along the way, but we're very proud of the product we have in front of you, and just hope that it gets your approval so we can move forward. And thank you again for all of your work on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Healy. Hope you have a new school soon. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? All right, one last thing, in that four-way stop that DPW didn't think worked. There's a member of the public who sent comments to us over the weekend. You've heard from them before. It was the person that had the car go through the front of their house. And they keep asking for work to get those stop signs, that four-way stop. So I hope that as you continue to look at safety measures and work with DPW, if that ever becomes possible, you do that because that's a pretty scary thing. But again, if we're doing camera enforcement, it helps a lot. Any further comments from the commission or the applicant?
I'll just close it out and say thank you again to Patrick, the P&Z staff, and the commission. This is the last full week of school, so we'd love to communicate to all parents and students the good news that we're hoping to get this evening. So thank you again.
Yeah, and just so you know, we always make our decisions that we made an exception for you on the preliminary, but we normally make our decisions at the end of the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be tuning in.
Yeah, and we'll make sure that Dennis knows when we're about to vote so he can tell the rest of you.
That'd be great.
So if Dennis, you got to be awake, okay? So
oh, he usually is up at that hour.
He is?
Yeah.
Sorry. It's an inside joke. All right. Okay, you guys. So thank you very much. And
Madam
this
Chair.
application, wait for it. This application, then seeing no objection to closing it, correct? No objection to closing this application at this time. This application is hereby closed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Morehart, you got away without saying a word.
He's like for a thumbs up.
Bye, Mr. Martocchio.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good night.
All right. We're working on this. Okie doke. All right. And Mr. Hegney. Oh, sorry. We're moving on it. Ms. Cowie, we are, okay, there we go. Oh, all right. Mr. Hegney is in. Our next application is number 4, 103 Mason Street, LLC, for a final site plan and special permit to construct a 3-story, 7-unit residential structure, which will have 2 2-bedroom units and 5 3-bedroom units, and one of the 2-bedroom units will be designated as a moderate income dwelling unit pursuant to section 6110 of the building zone regulations. This is our workforce housing regulation that is our own zoning. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. It chokes me up too, Madam Chair. It's such a great plan, such a great regulation. So,
Mr. Hegney, just a second. Claudia has her hand up. Is she with you?
If it's Claudia Rydberg, that would be yes.
That would be.
It's probably Mr. Rydberg's wife's account that's being used. So.
All right. All right, Mr. Claudia, we will need to see your face.
Yes,
All
my
righty.
name's Claudia. I couldn't get on my own laptop, so I apologize.
So,
okay, that was fast,
as you indicated, Madam Chair, this is a 7-unit project at the corner of Lewis and Mason. Currently has a office building on it. We're proposing to actually reduce the amount of parking on site as part of constructing the 7-unit 3-story building. When we were before you last month, you asked us to return to ARC to resolve some outstanding issues, which we did do, and did that successfully. We also spoke with the fire marshal regarding his issues of access and adequacy of water. One of the things that Rudy's been talking to the fire marshal about is if the water pressure in Mason Street, which we don't think is an issue, is not up to what we need for the sprinklers, since this is a sprinklered building, then we would install a fire pump in the mechanical space in the basement. And the other issue that Fire Marshal Dawson had was gaining access. Wanted to make sure that he could get the big ladder in to into the parking area for access to the roof. And so our thought is we don't need an island there. That would make a curb cut that is 29 feet wide with a 7-foot drop curb on either side. So you have a 43 wide opening, and we don't need to have that island there. So we would take that out and have plenty of room to get the ladder one, the big piece of equipment from the main firehouse onto the site.
So just quick question for you. So you don't have fire sign off yet, but he is going to give, but you, by taking out the island, you believe you will get it. Have you you submitted to us, Nick will tell me if I'm wrong, you've submitted to us without that island.
We have not yet submitted
Okay.
to you without the island. I could get my whiteout out and do
Okay,
that.
you could. That would be a very good way to approach it, but if it would be late for this meeting. So what I would suggest to you is that we vet everything else that could possibly be outstanding. And then we give you until our next meeting. And at that time, you will have the fire sign off at least for the access. And you will have told us in writing that you will do the pump, and then we would be able to close it and decide it. But we can't close it tonight if you haven't given us the revised plan.
I hear what you're saying, Madam Chair. The fire marshal in the past, prior fire marshal, was reviewing things at the building department. Hence why we haven't looked at the pressure, because you get your mechanical engineer in to make sure that you have that. This is a little different process, so we're working our way through
Getting used to it, and really, it seems like a very good idea for the multifamilies. So if that works for you guys, let's just see if you've got anything else that is a concern to the commission. Mr. LaRoe, did you want to add something to that?
Well, I just wanted to ask Mr. Heggie, is there a turning radius drawing in the sets that we have, and perhaps
I know Mr. DeAndrea has done it, but I don't know whether it's in your plans. I'll verify that since we're coming back.
Okay, so Madam Chair, as I have it, DPW engineering was indicating a resubmittal prior to zoning permit. Beta seemed to have been resolved. DPW traffic seemed to be resolved. ARC, you guys went back and issued a do not return. EMAC was okay. They had recommendations. Conservation had some recommendations, but no deal breakers. Housing specialist just wanted the final on that. Wetlands gave the green sheet. Sewer wanted the signed acknowledgement letter. I think the only big issue was just fire department, kind of like the final stuff. I think with anything, Mr. Hagney, with the EV chargers, the fire marshal stated actually that they shouldn't be any closer to the building than 20 feet. I think we've accommodated
then we
that.
got that email about double sprinkler or something.
Right. Hold on a second.
Okay.
So so exterior chargers no closer than 20 feet to the facades, which kind of makes sense, and so on and so forth. Inside is a little bit of a different story, and I think this is something that going forward for our edification, and actually for this particular project, if they're an interior installation in your garage, fire marshals indicated that there may be extenuating circumstances and may need a different type of fire suppression system, and more critically, more room around the particular parking spaces that have EV chargers. It's what we understand, but it was very unclear from how that's going to work. I think one of the biggest things is if there was any change to the parking count, parking layout as a result of the EV chargers being relocated or accommodated into here, that we really need to take a look at that.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think if you're coming back, if you're talking to the fire marshal to get a bottom line, just make sure that we've got that so we can completely understand that. As an example, if an EV charger is in a garage, but he wants much more room around it, which compromises, say, a parking space or 2 parking spaces, that would be something that we would need to know because it directly affects the site plan.
Yeah, and it kind of stinks.
This is a new development that I've been having conversations with Mr. Dawson about.
That Mr. Dawson.
On other projects, we've been doing research. There is no code on this now, so we're in new territory, particularly with a requirement now that you have EV chargers as part of all the new projects. So
right, and since that's a state, and since Mr. Hegney, that is a state law, not something we've invented, you would think the state would have done code for it, but that's not how it works. So we're going to have to grope our way. We can, and that's got to be building code, right? Or no, I take it back. Fire code is separate. So
it's kind of all the same thing. So the fire code informs the building code.
But it's a separate. It is the last time I researched it, it's revised separately. So it is a little, for lack of a better word, wonky, but we do have good connections, I believe, into the state, and hopefully maybe the fire marshal could address it with the state as well, so we get some clear guidance, because this is silly what we're doing now. We do know, Mr. Hegney, that although it is state law, we were one of the first communities to adopt it. So, Mr. McRae, did you have more? So you had the question about,
I think that covers it. I think he's got everything, pretty much all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, except for that particular aspect.
We got
and it's a safety issue, so we really kind of need to kind of deal with that.
We got one little other thing, which is apparently Mr. Rydberg, Mr. Levy had been asking a question about the stone, and we now have it. First of all, I haven't had a chance to speak with Mr. Levy. The question was relayed to us by Patrick. As regards this stuff, regards the building facade, I listened, as you know, to the ARC meeting because, they're so much fun. And ARC is very happy with the facade. They're very pleased with the changes that have been made and how the building looks. But in the meantime, you have sent in a sample of the stone. This is all queuing it up for Patrick to share what it looks like, Mr. Levy, in case nobody showed it to you yet. Somebody share. And since Mr. Rydberg is a star sharer now.
Oh, gee, you need me to do, not on my laptop. If I could do,
it's all the same thing.
Oh my God.
That's a qualified expertise. Is that what we're saying?
And we're going to get Mr. Hegney. We're going to get all the attorneys doing it too. I'm waiting for Mr. Tessie.
Yeah, it's a steep learning curve.
No, it's okay. So, could somebody just put the stone samples up? Otherwise, I'll get them out of my email.
No, I'm getting them right now. Just
okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Levy, this is for you.
And while we're waiting for that, should I comment?
Okay. Sure.
No, the veneer stone that we're doing is full veneer stone. It is not a glued on 2-inch piece of veneer. It's a stone sample. That is a stone sample. It'll be hung with H&B stainless steel clips. It's a full veneer stone that is 4 inches plus whatever we want to do in the back for a cavity wall. So it is not something that's glued on and going to fall off. So this is a similar stone to what was used at the Modern. And it's a beautiful stone. We wanted it to be a ashlar pattern without any mortar joints. The mortar is going to be on the little bit of mortar on the back that you don't see together with the anchors. So I think Mr. Levy was worried that it may be when we say veneer, we're not talking about 1.5 or 2 inch thin veneer. that people have been doing now, and they just glue it on the wall. No, this is a normal, like block, like brick or stone, full veneer, full thickness veneer.
Can you zoom out at all, Patrick? Because it, as I remember, it shows more of the facing than of the images that we received.
Kulikowski is running the show there on that one, but I can, if you need me, I can do it.
Oh,
Mr. Rigberg, while they're zooming,
Sure.
the stone on the wall and the stone of the facade are the same?
Same, exactly.
I can't
Yeah.
zoom for some
Thank
reason.
you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, don't worry about it. Okay, so
If you were concerned, actually, if Ms. Kulikowski, if you could bring up
It's
a
good.
street view of the modern, because actually you really kind of see it how
Okay.
it looks in practice.
And in the meantime, Mr. Levy has his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Rudy, what are the sizes of the stone?
Again, if you look at what's on the stone wall and on the body of the modern, it varies anywhere from 4 or 5 inches high, 12, 14 inches wide. So they're not small. Those that if you could get a far away shot, and it's on our rendering, which actually we took an actual picture of the stone and used it as a painting application onto our Revit file, and it's in your packet, the new rendering. It's not small. It's a nice scale to it, and it's on the building, and we're doing it for 1 story on the main body of the building and 2 stories on the corner towers. Do you have the drawing there, Tom? Which one? It should be the rendering.
Page 4 on the material that I sent over for the presentation. And on just to go back to the EV chargers, we will put that outside. So the EV chargers will be outside in the parking area.
Yeah, but that kind of stinks. So we should really, I mean, as while you're meeting with the marshal, if you would get us an answer, we'd be really
There you go.
grateful. Or if not, Patrick can work on it. We need to know how this is going to work, because we're, to the extent that we're having buildings that.
There are many projects that you have going on now that need to have this resolved, because if what Mr. Dawson's talking about in terms of distance is implemented, it's essentially a handicap space for every EV charger, which would be a significant change to how the parking would work.
Okay, Mr. Levy's got his hand back up. Mr. Levy?
Yep.
Yes, thank you. So one of the things that works nicely in this rendering is that the stone wall is so much more accentuated and different than the building. So you said that they were going to be the same size.
Yes, it's hard to get the two. One is a in the model. We didn't use a rendering company this time. We used it in-house, and the thing is, one is a wall of the building and one is a wall of the site wall. So they render differently. It is the exact same picture. I asked Jonathan in my office the same question, but they essentially are the same. And which
So it's the color's going to be the
same on the modern. Pardon me?
And
Sorry?
so the color of the wall and the building is going to be the same.
The same.
Okay. It is pretty with it being different.
Yeah. Well, we were asked to make it the same.
Yeah.
Okay, quiet, quiet.
Well,
sorry.
The other
sorry.
question I have is, did you actually make the roof steeper and closer to the windows?
We dropped, yes. So in response for 2 hearings, they wanted us to lower the roof of the building, which we did. We lowered the roof of the building so that the freeze board in the middle of the building sits now on top of the doors and the windows. Okay, there you go. Somebody found it. We're jumping around a little bit, but that's the one on Soundview. I think there's a better. We took the photo up on Field Point where you actually had it, but that's there. It's on the base of their building as well.
I see.
So I think it's a nice, very nice stone. I give credit to the developer and the architect there.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
But
I think you have some good pieces
There
here.
you go.
So
There's more, so there's more
yeah, that's a
stone.
better view.
Yeah.
I think that one of the things that might make this work even better is if you use some vary the way that you apply the stone differently on the wall versus the building. So the pattern should be should reflect where you are using it. So there could be more of a horizontal quality to the stone laying for the wall, and maybe give a higher percentage of larger stones on the building. That might be a nice contrast.
Okay,
I don't know.
We can certainly look at that. I know that a lot of these masons, they'll always give us a couple of presentation walls for us to look at when we're in the field. But we like the stone, so we wanted to make sure that we stayed with, and it's a nice color tone that can go very nicely with the building. Do you want to go back to that freeze board real quick again? If you want to look at the rendering. So not only did we lower that was about 18 inches. And that changed the roof pitch a little bit also, because we still had to maintain.
So whoever's sharing, he's trying to get you to share again.
Oh, Pat is? Sorry.
No, I think it's Tracy.
Oh, Tracy, even better.
How does he really feel? There you go.
Yeah, so Pat, can you zoom out? I think the corner, well, you can see the roof, yeah, that top right one is better, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So what they wanted there was up there, we originally had about 12 to 18 inches of space above the middle of the building between the two towers that had a shingle siding above the windows and doors. So we brought that all down to give the perception that the building doesn't read as tall. So it is lower, okay? And then we also dropped the towers with it too, about 12 inches, so that they dropped in height, but all the dimensions and the scale worked. So I think that was quite successful.
And I think
this
also
shows the corner where we set the wall back so we can have a nice little landscape portion at the wall. Down the road, when they come in with some signage, there'll be some seasonal flowers. And we thank John Conti for some of his insight, which he didn't bill the client for. So that was great.
As long as, I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, are you done? My apologies.
Well, just to further the comment that I made before, there is a certain kind of attention in this rendering that shows that the wall layout is more horizontal and works very well, and and that could be a nice contrast to.
Yeah, and maybe I think I would prefer the wall to have the bigger scale, which again, the building is shown as the way that the technology of the program works. The building is one surface, and the stone wall goes as another one. That's why you can see the stone. It's exactly the same picture, but it reads differently for some reason when you bring it into those two elements.
I just trying to
me.
Yeah. So I look forward to.
Yeah.
Okay, so
can I put my 2 cents in on the
before you
EV
put
charger?
in your you can do the EV charger.
Well, because I've had several conversations with Fire Marshal Dawson, and I apologize if I was heckling him or browbeating him, but I was trying to put this to bed because you just approved a couple of these big boy buildings that have chargers in them and so on, and this is going to definitely affect the parking layout. That means
I know,
and the column layout. Don't forget,
I
we're building
think
these buildings
Mr. Rydberg, I think that the answer, now that Mr. LaRoe has spare time, is for Mr. LaRoe to go to the fire marshal, sit down with him, and have the convo with him, rather than have individual applicants try to sort it out. We need to do that. And if that doesn't work, we also need to get the fire marshal to go to the state, and then we'll wing it. We'll do our best in the interim and say the folks need guidance.
Right,
but I hear you, because it's not working like this, and there are more and more electric vehicles on the road.
Well, his initial comment was if they're putting in a garage, sprinkle the building. I have a fireproof building on the first floor, concrete
Yeah.
slab, walls,
Yeah.
ceiling and everything, and fully sprinklered.
Yeah.
And now to do this is that we would have wanted to have some indoors for the people. And, you know, this, by going to 15-foot centers with the column spacings the way they are, it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. And we have to redraw. Is this a code now? I guess that's my question. I don't think there is a P&Z code.
No.
No, it
Indoor
is. It's
building.
in, okay, so it's in the regulations that we require
have
the
the
EV chargers.
Yes.
We
But
did
not
quick,
this size space.
because
No,
that's not our call.
Yeah,
It's not our call.
It's
That's
a fire code issue, in terms of actually this fire suppression and, the level, and it actually changes class to class. It's my understanding, the class for an EV station in a basement or inside a building changes the gallons per minute and the area around the parking space.
Mhm.
And that's the biggest issue, is that you have some kind of a deluge system or something to put the thing out, but you need room around it because they don't want adjacent vehicles to catch. And as you've seen, when EV goes up, it goes up big time.
Okay.
Yeah. So
My main question.
it
Sorry.
crosses, go ahead, Mr. Ritberg.
No, my main question will be, we've designed a building with parking spaces downstairs. We have 14 spaces in the basement,
Mhm.
2 for each tenant, so they're indoors. And then outdoors, you asked us to take some away. And now if this has to be
Yes,
redesigned.
we got it. We got it. We understand the
Our
problem.
building doesn't work.
And
I
not
mean-
only that, Mr. Ritberg, but people would rather have their cars be dry. So if you have an electric car, your perfect world is to plug it in overnight and recharge it. So you're not going to want to leave it outside to charge it because
Oh,
it's
no,
bad.
we got it.
Right.
I'm
We all got it. So we all recognize that you have stumbled on an issue that needs to be addressed, and we are tasking Mr. Leroux with the addressing. Because
okay.
he's
but
the guy.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear.
You're not. Because I'm like,
If
it
in
just
fact
sounds like
that we
you're
have to go
upset.
if we wanted one charger for every other car, 7 cars, that means I'm gonna lose 6 or 7 cars in that basement.
If that's what he's requiring, we understand that that's the problem. We
No.
got it.
Okay.
We got that his
I'm happy to meet with
requirement.
them too.
In other words, let me put it differently. It's what someone said to you, what you said earlier. If he makes these expanded requirements, it's like you're gonna have half of your spaces have to be ADA. We
Mhm.
got it.
Okay.
We're not as dumb as we look.
No, I wouldn't
Now-
say that.
Now, on that, there's a question I wanted to ask the commission on this application. When it was before ARC got into some issues regarding color, I think it was, and design on parts of the building that are not visible at all externally, like the rooftop, I think it was. And I think this was your application. I don't know if I'm mixing them up, Rudy.
It's the
Mr.
next
Rid-
one, Madam Chair.
It's the next one. Okay.
Yeah.
It was just, I'd like, Patrick is there, or Tracy. I believe that ARC should not be commenting on something that is completely invisible from the outside.
Well,
That
Madam
is
Chair, on
beyond
this
their,
one,
beyond
on
the
this one,
purview.
they did not.
Right. Okay. So I couldn't remember which one it was. And I remember saying, note to self, if it's the roof garden, if it's a roof patio or whatever, and you can't see it from anywhere, that's up to them how they want to do it. What ARC is addressing is the look of the community. So it's what is your streetscape, et cetera. Okay. Now Mr. Levy has his hand up. Mr. Wells, you went up and down.
I'll follow Mr. Levy.
Okay. Mr. Levy,
Thank you.
are we done with the stone, I hope?
Can I get some clarification? I didn't realize that there might be a requirement to provide 7 ER EV stations.
They're not, it's only
No,
one. It's
I'm
only
only
one.
saying if
He
somebody
wants to
wanted
put in more.
more than 1 or 2 or whatever, it's gonna
Yeah.
change the design layout of a parking spot.
Yeah.
We will be
No,
less.
but I'm missing something. Why do you have to consider this? I wasn't sure why.
Meaning me or the commission?
No, okay, so Peter, here's the thing. They'd only have to give one, but if their tenants wanted all to have, if everybody had an EV, and the fire marshal is saying you have to have all this spacing anytime you have an electric vehicle, you now have a problem because your parking stops working when you put in EVs. And now, because you can't provide they would need the dimensions that a handicap space. But we're not requiring that because the state law doesn't require the number of EVs. What Rudy's saying is, wow, if all my tenants went on EV, I'm really in a mess. So he was worrying. He could just say to the tenants, no, you can't have an EV.
I guess so, and I think there are other solutions too.
Exactly.
And Arn may have a better insight, but
That's nice.
you know, in New York City, it's I guess not such an issue, but maybe it is.
You know what? It is just, I think it is exactly right. It's at Connecticut. You said it. Connecticut hasn't figured it out yet. So it's becoming an issue in Connecticut. If they just did what New York did, we'd probably be fine because yes, in the city you're in a building and you plug in and you're fine. So why can't we do it in Connecticut? I mean, we're different, but you know, please. So, okay. Anybody else? Mr. Arn?
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Did I take the words out of your mouth or are you just tired of EVs?
No, I have no further comment if that's
All
okay.
right. Okay, so commission, any further comment? All right, anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? This is 103 Mason Street. 103 Mason Street. Going once. Nope. Okay. So we'll leave you open. You're already pretty close to the beginning of the public hearing. We'll do the best we can. And if you could just get it addressed. And Patrick will help because we do need to address this. And thank you, Mr. Rydberg.
We're both on the next one, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm moving on now to so Mr. Hegney, you're in the meeting. Our next application is number 5, Field Point LLC for a final site plan and special permit to allow for an additional building on site, increasing the site's volume, requiring a special permit. And this is being is applied for pursuant to our regulations 6110 as well at 32 Field Point Road. And with that, Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed, I forgot to say it the last time, but it's Albin, Macri, Levy, Lowe, and Jones on this application.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We've been before you on this as well. First, we started out as a historic overlay concept, which was not as well received as I would hope it would have been. And so we switched to the 6110 approach. We went to ARC last week and received their endorsement. The front building had been reviewed by HDC and actually has a building permit where it's under construction currently. So we really were reviewing just the landscaping and the rear building with ARC last week. We also received approval from the town engineer on the drainage report. We will provide EV chargers for this as well, just as we did on the prior application. There was some question on the parking that staff had in the report. This is a single owner occupied building. There was a breakout in the staff report on the third floor space, which would have required additional parking. The commission did see this a couple of years ago as part of a site plan application for up to 3 medical doctors. Currently, there is just 1 medical doctor, and that's Dr. Nichols. It's unlikely that there would be 3 at any one time, but with the 3, that would be 18 or 19 spaces, 18.75, and then 4 spaces for the 4 residential units for a total of 22 plus a handicap space. And that's how the math worked out on that. We had a good discussion with ARC on the building. We've scaled it back. We've provided this one. They did want to see the rooftop flooring, even though they didn't want to see it on the last one. And Pat's comments to them didn't last through the whole meeting. We're really looking to do what is in the Haskell building next door. And Rudy's been in touch with Mr. Haskell all through the process, and we've come up with a plan that I believe he supports, and that we hope you support too.
Commission, do you have questions?
Mr. Hegney, on this one, the fire marshal had given us some information about what are the access with the apparatus bottoming out at the front entrance, so and so forth. Has that been resolved yet?
Yes, we had our engineer, Bob Smarslak, regrade that driveway so that it wouldn't tilt the rear end of the of ladder 1 into the asphalt on Field Point Road. So that
right. So it'll be retrofitted. It'll be retrofitted post construction.
Correct.
Okay.
But once again, you got the problem with the EVs, right?
We only have 1 EV there, and it would be under the building, and the building is sprinklered. It's an outdoor space. We don't have any garage spaces here.
Or if that's an issue, we have a space that's all by itself in the back, and we could put it there.
We can bring it out from under the building. So I think that I've talked to the fire marshal about that one as well.
So, but the last set of comments we have from the fire marshal is that it's not in compliance, that the building is not in compliance, and that you need to address the concerns.
But in compliance with what?
Hold on, scrolling. You want me to remember everything I read? Who did this one? Somebody beats me to it. Go ahead.
I met with him out on the site, and we had the same comment about because he said, you know, calculations by a sprinkler engineer. And I said, we don't have engineers just yet, but we know that if the pressure is not enough, and they did a pressure test here of 89 PSI, but he wants a flow test. And that normally gets done at the building department. But he agreed that if it was low, we'd put a fire pump in. So I think it's pretty easy for us to have him reply to that.
Right. I think that's the only thing is that the last thing we got said it said was not in compliance, but that was in March. But if you worked on everything, we just need something from him to the effect that he's happy.
Yeah. So we need something from him to the effect that he's happy, and we don't have that yet. So, Patrick.
He mentioned, sorry to interrupt. He mentioned when I spoke to the fire marshal yesterday, he said he was sending Pat a response, because that's when I was sort of badgering.
So the response he sent Patrick was explaining the double sprinklering.
Oh, okay.
That's all we've gotten that we've seen.
Okay, I didn't see any.
Okay, I'm going to let everybody else ask, and then I'll ask my question of Patrick. Levy, Jenkins, and then Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to know if the rendering was trying to show the coloration accurately or not, and how are you going to treat the existing building versus the new building?
Okay, so the front.
What do you do?
Yep. Okay, so we went to HTC, and the color that was done by the designer is Duxbury Gray. I know Margarita was trying to come up with a color yesterday, but it is Duxbury Gray.
I told you it was some kind of gray. What did I call?
I thought you were close.
Yeah.
But that's the color. They've even put a little color on the building to show that. So those are what was approved by HDC. So we stayed with that. And then we said that we went back with the Duxbury gray on the back building. Okay. And again, like that is actually a paint sample, RAL paint sample of Duxbury gray, but when it renders, it doesn't render perfectly.
Right. But both buildings are going to be similarly treated. Is that the idea?
Correct. So
Similarly
the front building is going to be the same color tones. We're going to do it in the back building, and we're mimicking the same shingle pattern that's on the front. The 1898 Queen Anne is straight shingle on the bottom half, and then it's a staggered shingle on the top half. Separated by a nice little crown molding. We're matching that. It's also on the Haskell building, slightly differently. So we're trying to make those three buildings kind of interact. They're not all the perfect same color, but talk the same.
Are you using a cedar or wooden shingle?
It's what we're using there is I have it right here, actually. It is I sent this to ARC and so on. It's a aged cedar EnviroShake. So it's a beautiful shake that reads like wood cedar, but it's not wood. So we don't have it'll last. These wood shingles are really not meant for our environment. As you know, you can see them 10, 15 years later, you're always repairing them. So they approved that product as well for both buildings.
Well, thank you.
Okie dokie, Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, we need a restriction agreement on the affordable apartment.
Yeah, and I found the fire comments, so I'll come in a minute. Ms. Jones.
Okay. Is this the project when it came in the first place that had trouble with the fire truck getting in and out? It was
you nailed it. I had to look it up. You should have just said, I remember. You're exactly right.
I raised my hand.
I'm so sorry I missed it. It says north entrance is undersized for fire apparatus to enter the lot. International Fire Code, blah, blah, blah. So there is not sufficient access into the site. In both areas, the site does not give the proper width to access the rear of the proposed building site. Critical fire apparatus cannot access the roof and other portions of the building. Concern for exposures in both the rear and the north side of the proposed structure. So, Mr. Rydberg,
Be happy to comment. We brought this up at a previous hearing as well, but I'll repeat it. I met out on the site with Mr. Dawson. That's what Tom was referencing before. We were there and I met him on site to answer all these questions. He immediately called over to the Central Firehouse and has bring over engine 1, which they did. They tried to turn on the property and it bottomed out on Field Point. Okay, that's what Tom was referencing just a minute ago, that he just said, let's revise the grading of the exit only ramp. The ramp in the front is existing. Even if we didn't build a new building, we wouldn't be able to get back there on the Haskell side. So he said, fine, I'll come up. It's a one-way loop around the building. I'll come up the exit side. There's width. We prepared a drawing that's been in the last 3 packets that show the fire trap apparatus with the outriggers and everything. He was happy that it will stop in front of the building and on the side of the front building, and he can access everything. I'm not sure why we don't have something in writing from him, but I know that it's been satisfied because I spoke to him yesterday. He said, send me the drawing that shows the correct grading plan, which we did.
Okay, so we need something in writing. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Dawson. Did you want to add to that? I mean, Ms. Jones, I'm sorry. I slipped. He's laughing because it's true, Mr. Rydberg. She is secretly also a Dawson, but not your Dawson.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, it's a little confusing when she refers to Mr. Dawson, and it's not the Mr. Dawson that I live with.
That she lives with.
No, I think that answers. I just hadn't remembered seeing something that actually had the fire marshal answering that.
You were correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Patrick, parking. Asking.
So this is it is a two building property with a mix of uses. I think the regulations obviously allow for 1 per dwelling unit. However, the commission has the authority to provide sufficient parking as they think is necessary. So I don't know if it's going to be a quote interpretation, but in this unique circumstance, is it necessary to have more parking or not? I think is something that, the commission should discuss.
So the existing building would generate a parking demand of 23 spaces, and at minimum, the new building would add 4 spaces. And what we have to decide is whether the 23 spaces, here's what I'm struggling with. Are we increasing the parking nonconformity?
Madam Chair, if I could address that. The front building, when the staff report was prepared, thought that there would be a separate office rental on the 3rd floor, which would create another 4.3 parking space requirement.
Correct, a 2A use, exactly.
This is a single unit owner occupied building. There is no common core that you could get to the separate office on the 3rd floor. It's all one office space from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. And so I think the correct calculation is that if you have up to the 3 doctors that the commission approved earlier, that's 18.75 parking spaces. And
all right, so
not the 22 for the existing building.
Okay, but it was 23. But then at least she's got 23 in her staff report. So where you get to is that you have a building with 3 medical professionals, and therefore the math is 18.75 spaces. You are now adding for at minimum a demand for 4 spaces, which puts you at 2275, and you're providing 22. And so we would be creating a nonconformity of 0.75. Patrick, are we able to wave a magic wand at that?
You're muted, Pat.
Yep. Well, you have the authority in the regulations to. However, it's do you want to, and does it make sense given the circumstances of the project? I don't need to belabor the point, but the commission does consider the overlapping uses and what's during the day, and if there are things that would only be active during business hours, and how those interplay with one another. Mr. Hagney, you said the building is 1 tenant. What's the gross floor area of the building right now? The front building?
I'm coming.
It's on our worksheet.
5,637 square feet.
5,006 what?
5,637.
5,000, he's wrong. It's 5,673 according to Jackie, unless one of them is dyslexic.
I think it's the 37, but I'm not going to swear to that.
We like Jackie better, but that's okay. All right, 5,607, 5,000, call it 5,637. And they're going to 12,000 in total, call it, in round numbers.
Right.
Because Jackie is adding 3, 4, 7, yeah. Yeah, Jackie, I think you're right. I think she transposed the digits. So they're exceeding their building coverage, which they can do under 6110. And they're fine on their height. The only question is this one about the parking, which is if we were to call it a mixed use building. And the question to the commission to eternally ask yourselves is, so today it could work that it's mixed use, but it's actually 2 separate structures. How do we really want to look at it? What if it changed ownership and there was no interface at all? We don't know that there's going to be an interface between the 2 things. So just something to think about while we wait for the fire marshal to sign off.
Madam Chair, we no longer have section 6-17.2 of our regulations. That's been
Yes, the condo,
repealed,
no, but what I'm saying is,
which would allow it to be separate.
it's not where I'm going. I wasn't saying
Separate,
it was
but-
condo, Mr. Hegney, I wasn't saying it would condominiumize. What I was saying is, I'm not even sure that the mixed use argument is totally solid. But why don't you convince me that it's mixed use, that people are
It-
going to come during the day to the medical office and then the residents are going to come at night, and so you can consider it mixed use. So that's your argument, right?
Yeah, I think you've said it very succinctly, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So,
But it's just one property, whether the building is attached
no,
or
we
detached,
got
it's
that.
only one property.
We
And
understand
the
that.
other thing is that currently Dr. Nichols is the only doctor, although three
keep
doctors
forgetting
are
it's her.
approved for it. And the likelihood of there being three doctors there all the time is remote. If we had the ability to only have two doctors at any given time, then we have much more parking than what's required.
So do you think that that could be a condition you could live with?
I don't know. If we're coming back, I'd have to ask the doctor
Nichols.
about that.
Now, and okay, yeah, if you would, that would just be great
Can I
because
make a
then,
comment? Apologize for jumping in.
hey, yes, of course. Go ahead, Mr.
Because
Rudberg.
I spoke directly to them because I listened to your comment yesterday on the briefing. They only have one doctor now, and they don't anticipate even ever having two.
So she needs to
three was an
confirm though.
approval apparently when Mr.
Yeah.
Tessie brought it in. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they would have some kind of letter they could write. And then also
Okay.
the back building is going to be rentals. And they are not, I know there was a mentioning, maybe somebody would have a stay overnight of surgery, or that is not happening. They don't do that kind of work.
Perfect. Oh, because she's mostly derm work. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Hegney still has to confirm it because we've
Yes,
got
we
the
should get
time.
it, in
Okay.
writing.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the two things I've got. I'm not seeing anything else. Does anybody got anything else?
Not at this time.
Okie dokie. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 32 Field Point? 32 Field Point, public comment, please. Seeing no public comment. Does anybody in the commission have anything further to add? And does the applicant want to add anything before we? All right.
I am still thinking that these kinds of things can be dealt with between final approval and zoning permit sign off, which is a whole another couple month or more process
I hear
rather
you.
than staying on the agenda.
I hear
But
you, Mr.
I just
Hegney.
offer that.
Okay, Mr. Hegney, thank you for that. So this application will be continued and Mr. Leroux will put you, try to keep you together.
We need an extension, Madam Chair. We can get,
And you need an extension, which I hope, Mr. Hegney, you're willing to grant.
Of course. I will
Okay.
say it on the record, we'll grant an extension and I will, between now and our next application later on in the evening, I will get that over to Mr. Leroux.
So your next, your date on the extension would be 6/25. It's the date of our next meeting.
Yes.
Well, you could make it 6/26 in case no, they don't let me end after midnight. All right. All right. 6/25
I don't
it
want to
is.
do that to any of us.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hegney.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. So Mr. Rydberg is staying. Wait, he left. Bring him back.
he's with Mr. DeAndreas, Colleen?
Yeah, he's the architect. Yeah. All right, Mr. DeAndre, I take it you want Mr. Rydberg. Our next, see, here he comes. All right, I got him. All right, our next applications, Mr. DeAndrea, we're going to combine your record again like we did the last time. Our next two applications are 7 and 8. Application number 6 has been postponed. Applications 7 and 8, Cocon LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone part of the property at 6 Neal Lane from the R7 to the LB, followed by application number 8, which is for a final site plan and special permit to construct a two-story addition to the building at 6 Neil Lane. And with that, if you would proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. DeAndrea.
Since our last presentation to the commission in May, we were able to present the application to the ARC last week, and the only comments that came from them were to consider a couple of minor adjustments to adding a little bit of landscaping along a retaining wall on the existing driveway, and to perhaps tone down a little bit of the color blue, which we are willing and able to do. We also modified the landscape plan to include more trees in accordance with the current zoning regulations for trees in the parking areas. They also added the location of trees on adjacent property parking lot, which overhang our parking, to show that we space them out appropriately. And other than that, we have.
Oh, you made one other important change. You're giving us the open space, the open space in perpetuity.
Yes.
Doing the open space in perpetuity, which was a request from the commission.
Yes.
And thank you very much for that. Very much appreciated that you're doing that.
Yes.
In regard to the landscaping, the trees in the parking lot, I believe it was Mr. Lowe who raised the question yesterday that the way the regulation reads is that the trees are supposed to be in the parking lot so that they shade the cars.
Yes.
And he asked if you would be able to revise your parking plan to accommodate that.
The way we read the regulation was that one tree for every 10 spaces. So what we did was we placed the trees at the ends of the row so that we can better maintain the parking lot up against this wood retaining wall that supports the adjacent parking lot. So we would like to be able to protect that wall without undermining it with the tree roots. And also, I'm anticipating that at some time in the near future, they may need to do some strengthening of that wall. So we have placed the trees on the ends of the aisle and added some in the southwest corner to accommodate and comply with the regulations as I believe they're intended.
Mr. DeAndrea, because we wrote the regulations.
I know you do. I said, I hope you agree.
We don't. So the way we wrote them, and our bad for not making them more clear, we meant 10 spaces, one tree. 10 spaces, one tree. So the trees are supposed to be in the middle because the objective of the landscape regulations is to mitigate heat island effect from parking lots.
Yes, I understand that. So I did exactly that. I put 10 spaces, one tree. And in fact, on both ends of the 10 spaces, I put a tree. So we believe that that is consistent with what you just said.
Can we take a look at the parking lot? Somebody?
Excuse me?
Ms. Kolakowski, if you bring up the landscape plan, I think that's the best version of it, because it's
There's two plans that we submitted. One is the landscape plan prepared by Landscape Environmental Land
And then
Solutions.
Mr. Lowe, now that I fought for your honor, you're on your own.
No, you've kindly thrown me under some bus here. But, and I don't know. I actually, my question was whether whether what was being proposed. My intention was to ask whether what was being proposed was consistent with this regulation.
It's not how we meant it to be written, and we are the sole interpreters of the zoning regulations. It's one of the few things that we can say about ourselves. We meant for the trees to be inside parking lots.
So the question I would have is, given this particular parking lot and its dimensions, is it possible to put in these so-called islands, logistically possible, and or is the applicant's main concern cost or just space or what?
Okay. The reason we are opposed to having a tree in the middle of the parking lot is that it's a tremendous obstruction to maintenance. So we had thought of this thought this through and recognized that because of our unique access around the side of the building, we're heading down a ramp that's existed since the property was conceived. And it's a direct access, direct line, if you will, to the middle. So we don't want to see a tree in the middle. Okay, we can't plow, we can't maintain. And there's one other factor that we provide in this neighborhood, which is somewhat unique. And I mentioned it in one of my correspondence, that it's a unwritten neighborly accommodation to our neighbors that facilitates maneuverability of larger vehicles for turning. While we don't have a written agreement, we've been accommodating, and we're going to continue to do so as a neighborly action. It also accommodates our access for refuse. So to put a tree in the middle creates a tremendous obstruction to maneuverability for the vehicles that necessarily have to access this property.
So, Mr. DeAndrea, let me ask you this way. When we did these landscape regulations, we spent the better part of a year reading every landscape regulation and that looked like interesting towns in the country. And people did this. They have the trees interspersed within their parking. As one of the lead engineers in town, how were you proposing we approach this with future applicants when other towns can do this and you're saying, no, it's not good from a maintenance point of view. We know other places do it. You're a lead person in this field. What would you propose would meet the intent of our regulations here other than what you're saying to us?
Well, I believe that we do meet that. So we agree to
Mhm.
disagree, and I certainly don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as Mr.
Good.
Tessie would often say. But I also want you to recognize that even though the periphery of this site plan that's on the screen now is white, it is absolutely dense green. And
Yeah.
when we showed the photos overhead, and I didn't bring
Yep.
them tonight for this
No, we have
presentation.
them in the record.
Okay, so they actually engulfed this property. It was pretty impressive to see. And what we're also adding here is the what do you call it? The water quality elements of the rain gardens in 2 locations. So we're saving the trees that are within those rain gardens, and we're
Mhm.
also adding 3 more on the what is this? I call it the southwest side of the property. So I think we've accommodated and we've what do you call it? Demonstrated compliance with the regulation as literally written, because we do have 1 tree for every 10 spaces. And in fact, if you look at both ends of that southwesterly side, we have 2 trees for 10 spaces. I do
Okay,
think
so
it
Nick and
matches.
I did the first draft of this regulation with Richard Hine. We were the 3 who did the first draft before everybody else started working on it. We were very clear what we meant. So it may read like that, but we meant 10 spaces tree. So while there's life in our bodies, that's how it should be interpreted.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
Wait,
Ms. Kolakowski, can you bring the break up again? 'Cause I
Lo
think
had
Nick-
his hand. Wait, Nick.
Okay, yeah,
Lo actually had his hand up, so we should let him talk.
yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, dear.
All right, Lo, go ahead.
So I also, I believe at the briefing alluded to the possibility that the peripheral trees might cast sufficient shade to provide adequate mitigation to this heat island effect. And I think what Mr. DeAndrea was saying is that the density is such that that may be a possibility. Mr. DeAndrea didn't articulate that, but I'm wondering, is there an adequate amount of shade in general in your mind during the bulk of the day because of the surrounding foliage?
One of the things that we experience in the winter, if that's what you're driving at, is the lack of sun. So I guess we were looking for more heat in those conditions. But if it was a deciduous tree, we wouldn't have the shade anyway. I do think that the overwhelming positive effect of the dense canopy that surrounds the parking lot overwhelms and supersedes the potential deficiencies of one more tree placed in an inappropriate location, in our opinion, for maintenance and parking. So what you're asking us to do right now, I'm assuming, is that along the south side, somewhere between the tree on the neighboring property and our two trees on either end of that flank, is to place one more tree up against the retaining wall. We really don't want to lose a space. We've already reduced by 2 in order to place the 2 trees in accordance with the current regulations. So I think my summary is that I believe that we're in compliance with the regulations when read literally. We have a significant, overwhelming canopy surrounding the property. We've saved all of the trees on the edges of the existing pavement, and we're adding landscaping in the form of water quality islands that we presented to the Wetlands Agency and the engineering department. I really do think we've accommodated that. We're taking a currently what I gotta say, unpaved surface. We're going to pave it. We're going to treat all that runoff and improve the whole system and still preserve all of the perimeter trees and vegetation. I didn't highlight the trees that are sitting over in the northeast corner because they're existing, but they're going to remain. There are multiple cottonwoods in the area of the wetland garden that are very large and actually leading over into the parking lot that provide that canopy effect. The tree on the adjacent property hangs over our property, and we've maintained it. We haven't cut it or trimmed it because it does provide that canopy. And that's significant about the tree that's shown 4 spaces along that, 4 spaces west of our end tree. So that's another canopy that's providing some of that cooling. And
I do appreciate everything you just said, but I'm asking, in setting aside all regulations and people's interpretation of them, is it your opinion that the existing canopy to which you refer provides mitigation to what we generally refer to as a heat island effect? Is there shade in there
Yes.
during the day, during the
Yes.
intense sun part of the day?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what I'm curious what your own sense of that is.
There is shade. The adjacent property, which was the subject of an application before the commission a year ago, there was a good debate about the trees that we were preserving on our property for the benefit of that property. And that the discussion was about the density on what was then known as the Chipetta property and the end of the Cocon property, which in this case is in the southwest corner. So as the sun sets down in the west, and when I leave home and go down leave for home and go down East Putnam Avenue heading west, the sun is directly in our face. So that as that sun is setting, it's hidden by the trees that are on our property in that southwest corner, as well as those on the Chipetta property. So yes, there is a shade factor. When it rises in the morning, we have the trees over here in the northeast corner. While we're much lower than the topography on our east side, which is Neil Lane, which is high, those houses and vegetation on that slope shield our parking lot also early in the morning when the sun rises in the east. So there's a period of time during the day when the sun is directly overhead and we can't do anything to shade that. And if we were to try to plop a tree right in the middle, it would destroy a tremendous amount of circulation. On every application that we present, everybody is concerned about how we make access for those SU-30s, garbage truck, and the beer truck in this case that utilizes our parking lot.
All right, Mr. Levy, and then Mr. McRae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What trees are you proposing to plant?
Their planting plan is mostly pursuant
I
to the
have to refer
wetlands.
to my landscape plan because I'm not the tree expert.
Mr. DeAndrea, I have the planting plan in front of me, and that's what I was going to actually be talking about.
All right, so
Yes.
why don't we let Nick go? A lot of the planting
Please.
is pursuant to the wetlands conditions.
Yes.
Okay,
The
so
only
as-
thing I'm interested in is making sure that we plant trees that are appropriate shade trees that will
Yeah, I
grow
think
accordingly.
we can get to that, I think. So Mr. DeAndrea, actually understanding, yes, all of the conservation area, the set aside is going to be untouched, filled with
correct.
canopy trees. It's the jungle. You've done a
We're
lot of
nothing in that-
periphery,
that.
right? The rain garden, so on and so forth. The landscape plan we just had up actually had outlined 2 existing trees off the property that would be preserved.
I'm gonna turn
One
up
of
the
them,
volume.
right? One of them is actually a very large canopy tree of an unknown species, which is actually technically in the middle. That's the one I think you said you're growing in or on a wall. At one end, you have bear with me a second. One end, you have a swamp white oak. And at the other end, you have a, I don't know where to go.
He's put up.
Red maple.
Yeah.
Right, and then, but in the end, within those 2 islands, you had something more of an ornamental type tree. I think it was a Carolina
Yes, sir.
silver bell.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe to split the baby on this, those 2 Carolina silver bells get replaced with a larger canopy tree, the red maple, the oak, that kind of thing.
I'll
I think
discuss that with Matt
maybe,
Pop. We have no objection to that suggestion.
okay, I think that may kind of get to where we need to be in terms of having a canopy on the asphalt.
Yeah.
But not messing up the parking layout and not having a tree in the middle that
Okay.
actually.
Could we make great suggestion from Mr. McRae, great comments from Mr. Levy? Might we humbly suggest that since we have Jackie on the property, Jackie is on our staff, that we, if we were to move this forward, we would condition any decision on Mr. DeAndrea working with staff to meet the objectives of our landscape regulations and to install canopy trees as signed off on by her.
Good.
Yeah, I think that would work because we'll actually have, we'll have 3, if this works, 3 canopy trees on the
Great.
south side, which is where you really want the canopy trees to.
I just don't want to, I don't want,
southern over the canopy on the shade in the ground.
I just don't want Mr. Tang to come back and say that we're actually designing properties for people. So what I would rather say is, hey, Mr. DeAndrea, this is how we read our own regulations. Why don't you go back and just have staff sign off? We'll tell staff, we'll make sure staff knows what we're trying to get to. Jackie knows us well enough to know that that's where we always go anyway. And so she will work with him and she is
Totally in
wonderful at
agreement with
that.
that, and I
Yeah.
will also.
Because you like her more than you like us. We get it.
Well, I never said that.
But we wouldn't blame you.
No.
Not at all. We do too. We
But
like her lots.
I will definitely consult with Matt Pop. And
Yep.
a suggestion of changing those trees to something more
Yeah.
substantial, we have no objection to.
Yeah, and he left. He was here at one point, I think, but he left. Okay. All right. So I believe that at that point we have nothing left outstanding. Mr. DeAndrea, the only comment I have to you is if your blue is the blue that is your blue, I think you should say that to ARC. I know you said it to them once, but if that's DeAndrea blue, I mean, you should have it on your building.
We've
Um,
used it and we're
yeah.
gonna look at it.
I
and-
would just insist. And if you want us to make a comment that we don't have an issue with your blue, we would say that because if that's your trademark and it's not a sign, but it's your color and that's your color. The other thing is you did mention that the ARC was doing you the windows to the floor and that you had added that tree in the front. You mentioned all that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I will find something better to do on Wednesday nights. But in the meantime, I think that puts you in good shape. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Oh, Mr. DeAndrea, go ahead.
I had one question. Do the rest of the commissioners know that you moonlight at the ARC?
No, they do not, but ever since it went on Zoom, I figure it's okay because I'm not interfering with their process. A lot of times, they conceal my name.
Well, my point was if you have spare time, they should give you more to do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, that's enough. But
Okay,
thank
that's
you
enough.
very much.
All right.
I'm writing a sternly worded letter to
So,
Tony right now.
hold on a second. Does anybody from the public have any comments on these applications at 6 Neil Lane? Any comments from the public on 6 Neil Lane? All right. Seeing no comment from the public, does anybody on the commission have any comments?
Well, if there's more banter between the two of you, I want to hear it.
Okay. Listen, DeAndrea doesn't remember this, but they did my very first survey in like the 1980s. Okay. If does anybody, and I asked, does anybody, nobody on the commission has any further comment?
I just wanted to make a general statement
Yes.
that trees matter, and
Yeah.
the kind of trees matter.
Yeah.
We discussed, so appreciate the applicant's cooperation. But I think we should really have some kind of discussion or with the tree warden about kinds of trees, because there are things like red maples and cedars, which are overused and have their real issues with them. Red maples do not become good canopy trees, and the cedars you know about. I don't really think they're appropriate in many cases. So, but it would be nice to really keep expand on this and really come to a better consensus of what we recommend.
As I remember, we put in a link when we did the landscape regulations, and I don't know if it's still there, but we have a live link so you can go and you can look at what's native, what's good shades, what's good under canopy, all of that. We may want to look and make sure that's updated. There's also, we've discovered, to Patrick's enduring happiness, is that the DOT has some very specific standards on what they allow and where, and that it's tricky because they want it narrow, they want it not to have overhang. There's very complicated. So yeah, we can look at it. But when we did the landscape you know what might help, Mr. Levy? What we're learning is the landscape regulations aren't specific enough. We found that they confused Mr. DeAndrea, and that in some places they're really not specific enough. We had hesitated to be more specific. I think we got to go back and work on them. That's like right after we fixed 6141, 6110, the subdivision regulations.
Just everything else.
And everything else. But we know we need to work on them because they're not specific enough. And we're not saying to an applicant, you're about to see this on a subdivision. We're going to ask that same question. Okay, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Jenkins, Lowe, and Jones. Jenkins for Levy and Jones for Yeski. Seeing no objections, both of these applications are hereby closed. And with that, goodbye.
Thank you.
7 p.m., Madam Chair.
Yeah, in other words, people are hungry?
Well, one of us.
Well, it's on the agenda.
What does it say on the agenda? Let's see. It says
7 o'clock.
Dinner break to occur at or near 7 p.m.
What time is
If
it?
necessary.
If necessary. Mr. Wells has just deemed it necessary.
I second.
Who seconded?
I did.
Third.
All right, we're off. See you guys like around 7:22, you know, because.
Yeah.
All right, enjoy dinner. Don't let me forget to turn on the recording again. Before we start again, I just wanted to pass something on. Listening to the ARC the other day, they were talking about trees and they were encouraging an applicant to use arborvitae. And that was somebody who's been on wetlands and is very environmentally conscious, which is John Conti. So afterwards, I talked to him and I said, okay, so I've got someone who doesn't like arborvitae and you're championing it. And he said, yeah, arborvitae is not as environmentally desirable as other things, but there are situations at which it should be viewed as a workhorse that cannot be replaced, and that he was going to reach out to you and talk to you about that. I said, well, Mr. Levy feels that because of the lack of environmental benefit, there are better things. And he said, there's times when it's just a workhorse. So I'm passing that on because
Well,
you're
I
going to.
think it should be kept on the farm then.
Very good. Okay. I mean, who knew he was funny?
Thank you
Usually
for the
low.
intelligent conversation, but no, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to probably call you. And he's on the Tree
It won't be
Conservancy.
the first time we've talked.
I know. I know you know him. Okay. So, but I figured we should be on the same page with them. All right, folks. We now go to our 9th application. Oh, Mr. Basile, you're back from lunch, right? Dinner. I guess. Yes. Okay. I saw you. You unmuted. That's good. Okay. Nina Franson for a final re-subdivision to subdivide 61,860 square feet into 2 lots, one of which will be 26,103 square feet, and lot 2 will equal 28,435 square feet, a reserved open space parcel of 9,322 square feet, and the property is at 68 Deerfield Road in the R12. And with that, we have everybody. The people who were seated are Albin, Macri, Levy, Lowe, and Jones for Yeski. Ms. Orsi, if you would proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. For the record, Rachel Orsi from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant. We are here tonight seeking final re-subdivision approval for 68 Deerfield. We have received approval from various departments in town, including wetlands, sewer, DPW, and zoning has, I believe, recognized that we're meeting or look to be meeting regulations. We have 1 or 2 comments left outstanding with conservation, which we are actively working to address. So hopefully we can get that all buttoned up shortly. We also listened to the briefing yesterday and noted a few questions from the commission, and hopefully we can address those today as well. Some of the questions brought up yesterday at the briefing, one of which being the proposed native trees for the subdivision regulations. There are 2 proposed native trees shown on within the site plan package, but we will make that more apparent and present on the subdivision plan itself, as well as make sure that those are located within the front yard setback. We also understand that the existing residents, once removed, will have a portion of it, a very small portion. We actually calculated to be approximately 300 square feet, which is only 3% of the entire open space area of the open space that will be affected by the removal of the existing residents. Which, as part of the restoration plan, will be restored to match existing grading, and there will be proposed plantings to match the existing wooded conditions within the proposed open space area.
Okay, and so that also means you're going to give us the planting plan for the open space area because we don't have that yet.
Correct. That has not been prepared. That was, I know, brought up via the most recent conservation comments and during the briefing yesterday. So we are, that is on the list to address with conservation. We are open to, we will be preparing the restoration plan. During the process, we originally were proposing 12.3% for the open space. But after the initial comments from conservation, that was actually increased to the 15%. And then I know one smaller note is there, during that switch from 12.3 to 15%, the site plan, or we noted that there was an outlet structure, small riprap that would be located within the open space area, and that will be updated to remove that that outlet from the open space to limit, you know, any activity eventually within that proposed open space area. So this plan that is shown here is actually the original plan, which shows the 12.3%. There should be a
I'll find the updated one. Thank you.
I think other than that, I don't recall there being, if I missed any other questions or comments brought up at the briefing, I apologize, but we are here today to answer any questions and hope to receive approval eventually for the subdivision.
Mr. McRae.
Just that doesn't necessarily have to do with the subdivision, but there's a sewer easement proposed as part of the two lot. I can't find the terminus. Where does it actually, where is the sewer, public sewer main? Is it on Deerfield or is it someplace else?
That's a great question. It's actually behind Deerfield. So it comes in from the rear property. Actually, it comes in just about in the location where the existing residence will be removed within the open space area. So there is a town sewer line there. So then the proposed sewer easement is basically to route that connection south toward the proposed lot 2. So that sewer easement just allows for that connection.
Okay, so and it goes through like the little corner of the open space and then to the west. Yikes. Okay. So I guess maybe as part of this is actually a good reference to that, because if it goes through the open space, they've got to know it's there and that kind of thing, and that's going to be part and parcel to your restoration plan.
Understood.
Is that it, Mr. McRae?
Actually, real quick question. There's a split rail fence or some kind of a fence in the open space, railroad tied fence. As part of the restoration, are we going to be keeping that, getting rid of it? What are we doing with that?
No structures.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I missed that.
No structures.
Okay. There's an existing split rail fence toward the back there. It looks like the V's exactly. So that, if the commission would prefer that to be removed just to limit any structures within the open space, we're open to that. The reason for it actually would prefer it to remain is because just on the other side of that split rail fence, there is quite a steep drop off to I believe a parking lot. So that split rail fence will actually provide some safety. So if anyone were to be, for example, walking through the open space, it helps to protect anyone from walking down that steep slope, but it also acts almost as a second demarcation feature on the backside of the open space.
Well, what I would suggest, Ms. Orsi, is since conservation raised it in their comments on June 6th, they said they've got the no structure comment. When you get revised conservation comments, once you've addressed the open space restoration, etc., if you would have them specifically comment on that split rail fence, that is their call on the open space more than ours. But but I think Mr. McRae is reacting to what he read in the conservation comments. that he saw the structure and said they've made this comment. So I would suggest that to you, just have them say, okay, anything else, Mr. McRae?
Not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Lowe?
Yes, can we go back, we can come off of this or this screen. Um, Ms. Orsi, you mentioned the existence of 2 trees on the currently on the property. Is that correct?
The ones that conservation wants to protect.
I apologize if my wording was there are currently 2 proposed trees on the plan. So there we tried to see if there were existing trees that would fit that regulation. But
has there been excuse me, has there been clear cutting on this property?
No. Not always, not that I know of, and not by our client that is proposing the subdivision.
Have any trees been cut down?
I don't believe so. Historically, I can't speak to that, but at least since this subdivision application has been before you, I don't believe they have.
So of the 2 trees that are being proposed, how large are these trees?
They would meet the subdivision regulations, which I believe is 2-inch caliper.
Really? Okay. So you're adhering to the minimum of the regulation, if I got this right? 2-inch caliber trees?
Yes, we will be meeting the regulations, correct.
The minimum, though. It says the minimum is not less than 2 naturally growing trees with trunk diameter of not less than 2 inches. It's not capped at the high end, and I'm just asking. So you're going with the minimum. Is that correct?
Understood. I apologize. I wasn't understanding the question previously. Typically, which we work often with wetlands department as well, we will propose between 2 to 2.5, which I believe is typically the industry standard for a planting. The larger in caliper size you go, the more disturbance area for basically the size hole that you have to dig to put the new planting in. So we would ideally look for trees that are around 2 to 2.5-inch caliper that meet the regulations, that are native species, and that would also match the surrounding environment for what is there naturally.
Right. Might you consider more than the minimum of 2 trees?
Yes, I believe this. When we come back, there will need to be a landscaping plan as part of I believe there will need to be one for the site plan, or at least the building department portion of the project. But at least for this subdivision, we will be proposing the minimum of the 2 trees per lot.
So one of the things, there isn't a minimum of 2 trees per lot once you're into site plan, as you know, Mr. Lowe. So it's only for the subdivision regulations. So one of the things we were struggling with yesterday a little bit was that conservation's concerns about the steep slopes and all of that and the development are site plan related, and whether we should consider having the development of these 2 sites come back to us on the part, especially for the lot that has the steep slopes, most of the steep slopes. If that's something that we can do, as you know, we can always elevate an application to the commission, but because there's nothing that we can do to address conservation's concerns on the development, it's something we can think about as part of our subdivision approval, whether or not it would need to come back to us. And that would address what you're raising, Mr. Lowe. Madam Jenkins.
Great, thank you.
Yes, yes, Ms. Orsi.
Sorry, if I can just add to Mr. Lowe, or in regards to the steep slopes on site, actually compared to the existing grading, we're actually creating or maintaining or slightly adjusting the existing grading on site. And I think overall for at least this hypothetical site plan we have here, there's actually a net of 400 cubic yards cut in terms of this site, but we are through grading and through retaining walls able to slightly adjust the existing contours, and the most of the grading is to install the drainage structures in the front of the lot, which is ideal for collecting the most amount of water. This grading that's proposed here is actually also similar, if not slightly feathered out or less steep than what is currently there. I don't know if anyone's driven by that, but there is quite a drop off on part of the lot, and we are actually able to feather that grading using the retaining walls, which are, I believe, all of these walls are maximum 3 feet high, which also meets the grade plane regulations. So though I understand that visually it looks like there's a lot of regrading going on, it is just slight adjustment just to install the grading structures and for the grading for the grade plane.
Okay. There's a comment from engineer. Oh, Mary, Ms. Jenkins, and then Mr. Levy. I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, and then Ms. Jenkins. Go ahead.
My hand went down, Madam Chair, but I'll let Peter go.
Oh, sorry.
No, you can go. Go, Mary.
Go, Mary. Go, Mary.
Just,
Go, Mary.
Go. Just a couple of clarifications, Ms. Orsi. You said that the sewer line comes through the back of the property. I assume it goes through the Grove Lane Owners Association and not private property?
Pat, if you're able to scroll down to, I believe the utility plan should show the sewer connection.
I just completely missed that, obviously.
Oh, I think that if you go back one more.
But
yep, that
the
shows
Grove
the sewer.
Lane Owners Association would be private property.
Okay.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be? I'm no attorney. I'm leaving that to
That's-
you, Ms. Jenkins.
Well, I'm thinking in terms of not owned by an individual. Obviously, it's
Yeah.
an association that maintains the existing open space there
Mhm.
that it abuts. Okay. Okay.
That was actually part of the site planning or the subdivision planning was to abut to make it contiguous open space with the one bordering it to the back.
Understood. And is this property part of that association?
Yeah, which one? The one behind it?
Would the property owners of the subdivided be part of the Grove Lane Owners Association?
I believe it looks to actually go through 2 different properties. It goes through a private owner already.
No,
So there's
she's asking you a
Yeah, I'm
different
just trying to
question.
decide, I'm trying to determine whether the owners of the subdivided property would be participating in that association. I guess if the existing owner is, I assume that the subdivided owners would be as
Is
well.
68 Deerfield in the Grove Association?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you would have to go to a separate party to get approval for any sewer work, any sewer lane work done through that property then. I'm just trying to understand the connection because obviously it's not going to go through Deerfield Drive.
There's
yeah.
The connection already exists to 68 Deerfield, and I believe I don't know if the sewer
No,
department.
the sewer department is asking you to make a separate connection.
And it'll be done on the property, so you won't need permission from.
It says,
I could
Ms.
decide whether
Orsi.
sewer connection is an issue in terms of other parties besides the owner of this property.
So it says in the sewer comments, the second unit must have its own sanitary sewer connection to the sewer main. And you then have to, that is the sewer main. So you wouldn't have I think you can just connect, but that second property does have to connect.
Okay.
Go ahead, Madam Jenkins.
Actually, Ms. Jenkins, before we move on to the sewer, I have 2 different ones. One was from April, where it's got that information on it, and then I've got one from June 4th that does not have that in there.
So that's odd. So the sewer information fell out?
prior comments, designated sewer, prior comments dated day before, the following still apply. And the only thing that says still apply is the acknowledgement letter.
Acknowledgement letter. Okay.
Very strange.
On page 2, Mr. McRae, there is the bulleted list that was prior to sewer.
Mhm.
I think
Prior to
it's-
sewer permit. Okay, so it's all in there instead
Yeah,
now.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's below
Yeah.
the line. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just letting her know. It's after us, but they do have to connect. I was just answering the question. I didn't know where you were going. Sorry. I thought you were looking at a map. No, they would have to connect. They
Okay.
have to.
Two other quick, I hope quick things. Demarcation on the open space. Do you have plans for that specifically?
The type of material, other than the monumentation, which will be at the main corners of the open space, and between the two lots, to separate the open space from the lots, it will most likely be either marble monuments or another split rail fence or sunken boulders.
Boulders.
Probably, yeah.
Subject to the
sunken-
approval of the Conservation Department, but our experience is they prefer boulders. But again, when you come back, we would want you to tell us what we want to see in their letter, that what they've endorsed, you do, and whether or not it's boulders. It's usually their preference. And I'm not sure they're only going to want it on the corners. So if you could make sure, because they normally want it to go the length, because otherwise there's intrusion. But again, their call. So if you would get them to tell you what they want.
Understood. And just for clarification, the corners would be monumented, stating that it's an open space, but the demarcation would continue along the entire
Okay.
line.
All right, good.
That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, going back to the plan here, 1 second.
Get ready, Mr. LaRoe or Ms. Kulikowski. Someone's going to have to share.
So this town, this is close to downtown, and there's a lot of development going on. And this is certainly adding to traffic. And it's also an opportunity to preserve open space. So this might be a good opportunity to ask for more than 15% for open space as our downtown becomes more and more developed.
We can ask, but we cannot demand. So if,
I am asking.
Yeah.
So these are oversized lots, and this seems to be a very simple ask to also make the configuration of those backyards a little bit more regular. I think there's a good opportunity here to add to the 15%.
So this would be the other thing, Mr. Levy, if they weren't willing. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Orsi, you can respond to Mr. Levy.
Okay. Understood, Mr. Levy, in regards to protecting open space. The area, as previously mentioned, we came in originally with 12.3%, and then recognized, as well as the conservation comments, asked for the potential of increasing to 15. We took another look and saw that the area on the southern portion of the site, which owed to my hometown, kind of looks like the Bay of Massachusetts down there, that kind of wraps around. That area was added to the open space to bring it up to 15% because it lined up with the topography, as well as the wooded areas on site, as well as the open space. The proposed open space, again, will border up to another open space parcel behind it. So we tried to select the areas that were already an existing wooded area that aligned with topography. But we can, if the commission is asking for more area to be added to the open space, we can take a look to see if there's any more wooded areas, as we would find that to have the most conservation value to increase the open space. Although I believe we found as much as there is that wouldn't be affected by, or may be affected by, potential site development, but we can definitely take another look and see if there's any flexibility on increasing that percentage.
Okay. The other thing we can do, Mr. Levy, again, if we want to bring this back for development, is we can make a heftier landscaping plan. We can make the landscaping hefty. One of the issues, though, is that if you look at, Patrick, could you scroll to sheet 2? Or whoever's doing it, sheet 2, that shows the development plan. So, you know, if you look at it, even though they're oversized lots, yeah, that's good. Even though they're oversized lots, that's good. Next page. Okay, so even though they're oversized lots, there's that little nook that's next to that curved new amount of open space. That is a possibility. And not looking at the topo right now, but so in general, it's whether or not one could find opportunities for landscaping within this development plan. And whether you could preserve anything that's existing on the site. Mr. Leroux, isn't there supposed to be somewhere in here the lot-shaped circles? I couldn't find it.
There's squares in this zone, Madam Chair.
Squares, you know, I get, you know,
Yeah, and
squares.
so they're on,
Geometric. I call them the geometric shapes, so you won't
the
always
shapes.
correct me.
They're more visible on the subdivision. Let me just switch to
The
the
zoning location survey has them both. and they
Okay, good.
fit
I just,
with-
when I got into when I was looking at the development window, which I know isn't before us, but I was looking at that and I was trying to figure out how they had done that.
Again,
here's
this,
some-
it's an R12 zone, so the shape shouldn't be a problem given the size of the lots.
given the size of the lots, but it is, yeah. So, there is on is that the southern lot? The development plan has a fair amount of pavement in front of the garage. So these would be issues. This is if we decided to look at it for development, on development. Anything else, folks, on this? No, okay.
So actually, what did we, so far?
Basically,
it's
what we're
sewer
looking
engineering
for.
wetlands.
No,
I guess it's
sewers-
conservation.
Sewer's
Conservation
not a
is the
problem.
open space, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So sewer
sewer's not
engineering
a
and wetlands
problem.
are not a problem. It's basically conservation is the big deal
Well,
and a landscape plan.
Engineering has approved it for subdivision, and at some point, though, I'm not sure why they did. I'm asking this question out loud, Patrick. They approved it for subdivision, but then they want the easements for the driveway sightlines, and I would think that would be necessary on the subdivision, because what are you gonna, if they can't get the easements, it changes the driveways.
Yeah, I talked to I saw the same comment, Madam Chair, and I did talk to Mr. Paredes, and it was just a miswording of the sentence. They're needed. The easement agreements are needed, but not prior to the subdivision. They should be.
Oh, it's not, they don't have it prior to the subdivision, but my question was, I see they're not asking for it prior to the subdivision. But if we approve a subdivision and then it turns out they can't get the driveway sightline easements, the driveways aren't any good anymore.
Right, but the easements are between the same party right now, so there shouldn't be any of that negotiation issue. They
Okay.
should be creating it before they file the map of
Okay. All right. So really the only outstanding question right now is to address the conservation comments. And that will also answer the question. And of course, if you were willing to do more open space, but that would also answer the question of what we do with the development plan when you come back. So that's all. Anything else that people want to see addressed? No? Okay. Everybody happy?
public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh, I only forgot on the first one so far. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this subdivision application at 68 Deerfield Road? 68 Deerfield Road. All right, no public comment. So the commission has nothing more to add. Ms. Orsi, anything further?
Sure, just one final thing is, if the commission is open to us working with the Conservation Commission, obviously we will be working with them to prepare a restoration plan. But if that is the only outstanding item tonight, then I don't know if the commission would be willing to.
Well, it isn't just the restoration plan. They had several comments. I think it would be good if we didn't close it and you addressed all of the conservation comments when you came back. That would be my preference. Does anybody object to that?
No.
Okay.
I know
So they want the planting plan, they want the demarcations. They want to find out, they want to have the agreement better fleshed out. It looks like the protection. You've got to talk to them about the split rail fence. You've got to make sure that what you're going to do with the topography, that you've got a section of the open space that you may be touching, that you've worked with that etc. So if you would just get them to send you another letter, get them to send us another letter in which they've signed off, that would be great. Okay. All right. So we will continue this application.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on, our 10th application is hold on, let me get Mr. Holsworth in. Our 10th application is 76 Cakehamwood Road for a final site plan and special permit to construct a single-family dwelling, garages, pool, patio, septic system, drainage, and site work exceeding 150,000 cubic feet at 76 Cakehamwood Road. And Mr. Holsworth, if you would go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brett Holsworth. I'm with Redness and Mead. Also with me is Bill Kenny from William Kenny's Associates. He might be added to the panelists. We're here for a special permit for excess volume. It's a 3-acre property in the RA2 zone. The property is currently vacant. There was a former house there that was recently demolished, and there were silt fences and there's remnants of driveways there now. There was a subdivision approved last year to consolidate 3 lots into 2, giving this property a little bit more area, splitting the area between this property and its neighbor at 62 Cakehamwood Road. The property abuts a lake to the south with fringe wetlands. We just went through wetlands last month and we gained their approvals. There's steep slopes surrounding it. Our property is, we listened to the briefing yesterday. We applied, all the zoning criteria are met, including height, FAR, green space, setbacks. So we're here for a excess volume special permit. We had comments from DPW with no objections to proceed. We received the okay from the health department for a 8-bedroom septic system. And we received comments from EMAC about the energy report, stating that it would be either a good or better building construction with some suggestions that we will be working through. As I said, we did go get wetlands approval. They had comments originally. The pool was closer to the south by the lake, and we pulled the pool closer to the house, so it's further out of their upland review area, and they liked that, so they approved our application. And then lastly, there were some Conservation Commission comments that we received to try to preserve more trees relating to the driveway design. Now, I know we submitted this afternoon a driveway sketch.
Not see. Can somebody share it?
Yeah, is someone able to share that for me?
We could even let you share it. Do you trust this man, Mr. Laurel?
That's a loaded question, Madam Chair.
I know.
Oh, I can answer that.
All right. Okay, so you put something up.
All right. Okay, great. Yeah. So what we see now is a revised driveway to preserve the 2 large oak trees that we were previously calling for demolished. Those are the green circles that you see, one on the right and one on the left.
But am I wrong that you've added a second curb cut now?
That is correct. We did add the curb cut, and that is mimicking the existing curb cut that already exists. It's a curb cut that was associated with the former dwelling.
And if I might,
so why did you?
I was going to say, there's one of the critical reasons we did that. This is Bill Kenny. Good
Hi, Bill
evening.
Kenny.
To preserve that tree, we pulled the driveway that was running parallel with the house and the road. We pulled it close to the house.
Yeah, and it still seems like a really long driveway to me. So why would you need a second curb cut?
Because that, by pulling it close to the house to give the tree more protection, you can't make the turn into the parking court. So the existing
Wait,
driveway.
What do you mean you can't make the turn into the parking court?
If there was just one entrance from the road, as previously shown, and then you came across the front of the house and then needed to turn into the parking court, it's just too tight. And we pulled the drive close to the house.
What kind of car are we driving here?
Multiple. Well, there's a variety of sizes out there.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying your Amazon, I suppose, delivery isn't going to be able to pull in front of the house, but they're very good at doing K-turns, which is all you have to do here.
Well, or just an SUV, the U-turn that you would need to make to get into that garage. So So
Nick, tell me the dimensions.
Okay, well, I'm looking at Mr. Kennedy's landscape plan and the one we have in front of us.
Yeah.
The parking court is tight to the house, but the driveway that, as initially proposed on Mr. Kennedy's plan, passed along one edge of the parking court. To save those 2 trees, the geometry of the driveway has to pass through the middle of the parking court.
I got all of that.
And you cannot actually do a left-hand turn into the garage area because there's not enough turning area.
Want to watch me?
Okay, so thus, Mr. Kenny, Redis means solution of the second curb cut. That way you can come in directly without actually doing calisthenics around that corner.
Okay,
we followed the existing driveway there.
Yeah.
So
why can't you bow out there to the left of this parking court? You bow out a little bit rather than having that straight pathway, and you can get into the garage without disturbing the trees. It also looks like that left hand.
So let's
green circle
I'm keeping the promise to Mr. Tang. We don't want to redesign this for you, but adding this much impervious surface and paving to save 2 trees is not an environmentally sound trade-off. And you two are perfectly able, I believe, to come up with a better solution.
Well, our original solution did have less coverage and we had 1 curb cut. So we are just simply responding to the Conservation Commission's request to try to save these trees.
Right, but
So-
conservation was not looking for you to add a second curb cut. What they were hoping for was that they would get to save 2 trees and that you would redesign so that this worked.
Well, we also have to take into consideration the fluid of how traffic works in the driveway. You can't just have it. It's not ideal to have it zigzagging all around and then still trying to preserve a tree where you're making a million turns in a house and a development.
Right, but why not change the angle of your old driveway so that it is an easier approach, the one that exists now, so that it's an easier approach to the garage, and you could even ditch the new driveway instead. But there must be a better, and I'm just saying, look, we're not going to redesign this for you, but you could come up with a better solution than adding this much pavement. Just because we want to save the trees, but what you're proposing to us is not making sense.
Well, if I may, regarding impervious coverage and added pavement, we are administering to the green space. This is a 3-acre zone.
Yes, it's a 2-acre zone. It's
I'm
not
sorry,
it's a 2-acre zone, and which you are nano inches from maxing out your FAR, not your coverage, I grant you, and you're good with green space. We get all that, but I'm just not seeing this as a good trade-off. And Mr. Kinney knows how to do an environmental balance. He's good at that. I just can't see why you can't come up with a design that minimizes impervious, that doesn't expand impervious this much and still saves trees.
We could eliminate the connection from the center court, have the 2 entrances and just eliminate that connection. And that would be essentially the same amount of impervious that was proposed.
Yeah, you could do it. Mr. Kinney, I don't know you very well, Mr. Haltsworth, but I believe that the 2 of you could come up with something.
Well, isn't the problem with that latest suggestion that you still end up with 2 curb cuts?
Yeah, we kind of don't like.
But the same amount, substantially the same amount of impervious cover.
Right, but those are 2 different issues, I would suggest.
Yeah.
But in terms of regulations, if we meet drainage requirements and if we meet
special permit, my friend, it's a special permit.
All right.
So when we look at a special permit, we are looking at something broader than just the zoning regulations. We are looking at broader goals and protection of natural resources and less impact, etc. So what we're asking you is reasonable for a special permit on a house that's over 150,000 cubes and is, what is it, 11,000 square feet? Yeah, 11,000 square feet. So it's reasonable for us to be asking on a special permit for you to be as environmentally non-intrusive as you can manage with a house this size. And credit to you guys, I'm not picking on you. Credit for the fact that you've done a great energy work. So you're hitting some great things on the sustainability score. My question to you is, Mr. Leroux, you have your hand up and then I got a question for you.
Well, don't let me interrupt if you want to ask. I mean, you have the floor.
No, go ahead. You had a thought.
Well, the thought is with the single driveway, why is if we're going to do the drive through here, the double curb cut, why are we insisting on the parking court? because then traffic will flow in an obvious direction, and then there won't be this possible opportunity for someone to have to do a 13-point turn or whatever is being suggested to get back to the east or the west. You know, does not address the conservation comment, protecting the tree and reduces the coverage and still functions from a traffic flow standpoint?
And so, do you guys want to answer that? And then I'll ask Mr. LaRue.
You're saying getting rid of the central motor court?
Well, I'm saying if that motor court is creating problems in the design, and now you have essentially a U-shaped driveway, doesn't the U-shaped driveway do the same thing? And you know.
Well, I think they would like to have the ability to have, you know, drop-offs or deliveries.
It
or,
looks
you know,
fancy.
Well,
I get it.
I do have to stress this is Cackham Wood, which is a very high-end development.
We live in
residence.
Greenwich. We do live in Greenwich. And
So, you know,
okay.
there are like luxuries that these type of properties are accustomed to.
You're not going to make a whole lot of traction on that one because, again, we live in Greenwich. We're the zoning commission in Greenwich. We get it, but we ask everybody for these things. We ask everybody to work on sustainability. We're always asking for this. We understand. Whatever you can do. Patrick, here's what I was going to ask you. Rather than us solve the problem now, could we have staff approve a redesign that eliminates the second curb cut? Or do you want it to be resolved before we make a decision?
Oh, absolutely. If this is the only item, you know, the layout of this driveway, and this happens all the time. There's designs that get approved by the commission, and they've realized that they don't want to do 2 curb cuts or whatever, and they reduce it or they change it back. So if the commission's okay with the 2 cut version here, and they want to go back to a single cut one, that would be, I think, a very honest and easy amendment to the plan, and we can review that later.
That would be my suggestion, that we leave it to staff. You know, we want to save the trees, and you know, we'd like you to find a solution that doesn't have a second curb cut. And sure, if you can do the motor court, we're not going to take away people's amenities, but we'd like to see something. I mean, the choice you gave us is a difficult one. Mr. Lowe, then Mr. McRae.
Well, I had my hand up earlier to discuss these trees. So the green circle on the left of this sketch seems to penetrate out into that
driveway,
that portion of the driveway. So what is the significance of that circle? Is this the assumption that roots will go under the driveway itself, or is this what's going on here?
The driveway exists. Yeah,
it's an existing driveway that we would be resurfacing. So the tree is right along the edge of the existing driveway. It's kind of sandwiched between an existing driveway and a ledge outcropping. So you know, we were trying to look at this from a practicality standpoint, that, you know, there's going to be some ledge removal on this property. You know, there might be disturbance, but we're making efforts to preserve these trees.
But right now that existing tree represented by the green circle is not in the area of the driveway?
It's immediately adjacent to it. And so it's grown between the rock and the hard place, the driveway, and has adapted to those conditions. And so we decided to show the driveway exactly where the existing one is, since the tree has adapted to the conditions of being adjacent to it.
Okay, so we would suggest that when you repave, we've all seen the damage done. When you repave, you may end up doing a lot of damage, because my guess is you'll foundation the driveway differently.
Yeah, it needs to be redone. It can't be
If
as,
you foundation the driveway, you're not just repaving it and you're gonna do some damage here. So guys, I don't know how to say this to you. Well, we can let staff figure this out, but Patrick, you see the concerns. Mr. Levy and then
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's Mr. McRae and then Mr. Levy.
Mr. Kenny, the landscape plan seems robust. You're actually adding a lot of species to one side of the property. All along the new driveway is an AF. I don't know what species that is. It wasn't clear on my plan. And there's a 24-inch oak, a 36-inch oak, another 26-inch oak, an 18-inch spruce, all on the street as well. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of existing that's there.
Yes.
It's just these two particular trees that we're talking about, an oak and I don't even know what it is. The other one is just
believe
happen to
they're
be
both
in the
I
way.
think it's an, I've got it here. A
Twin
beech,
oak,
is it?
it's called a twin oak.
Yeah.
twin.
Okay. But you're actually putting a lot more back in, and a lot that's existing other than these two trees is being saved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're kind of this crazy geometry of this driveway being changed to save these two trees, where you're putting a lot more back in and saving a lot of the at the street old growth trees, and then putting in what's QA species?
Quercus alba, white oak.
White oak.
Okay.
Okay.
And there's six or seven of them over there. And
So yeah, so they're putting in a lot of trees. That's great. We asked them to save 2 trees and they're adding all this impervious. And what we're saying is with Patrick, we just want them to try and work out a better solution.
And
we would decide it, but we would condition it on them working with staff and get to a better solution than what they're proposing to us. With
the better solution to
priorities,
save the 2 trees.
yeah. If they're going to save the 2 trees to give us a better solution, and Patrick is capable of doing that, we don't have to redesign it for
Okay,
them.
I think the argument I'm saying is you have a lot that's existing that's being saved.
I get
And a
that.
lot of new ones being put in that will actually mature and take
So
over.
You're
We did have,
suggesting, wait a second, I'm speaking.
Sure.
We are aware that could be a fail safe if you can't figure out a way of reducing the impervious and you're married to this thing, then we would be willing to consider letting the 2 trees go. That's an option that Patrick could have, but I would want to have Patrick work on it first. Mr. Levy.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm not done. Just
Okay.
Mr. Kenny. I guess there's also a pond buffer enhancement. Is that as part of the landscape plan? Is there additional plantings in there as requested by wetlands?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so there's additional trees there as well.
One of the things that wetlands had requested when we moved the pool closer to the house, we actually saved 5 very large mature trees in that process too. So they had the same mentality that we were saving trees, and that was something that we were able to do on the pond side. So we are preserving quite a bit. And this property is we're not really removing a lot of trees for this size development. It's and the fact that you are mentions that we did
But again, you guys are self-defeating when you say that. You have an acre more of property than you should have in this zone. And you are going almost to the max FAR, but you do have green space left because you have an acre more of property than is the minimum for the zone. So it's self-defeating to say you have green space left. I guess you could be building a you couldn't build a 24,000 square foot house. So you would have green space left because that's how the green space calculations are worked. Mr. Lee, are you done, Mr. McRae? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking back at your plan, you have 2 pretty large courts. And they're quite generous, and it seems as though that the proposed change that you made, which brings the driveway very close to the house, seems to work against your design a bit. You have very generous spaces and generous green areas. It seems to me that you have an awful lot of area to work with, and your proposal is a well-intended idea of what your intentions are, but it looks like you have a myriad of opportunities to kind of meet the task of reducing the paved landscape. So it doesn't seem to me like it's going to be a heavy lift to come up with a something in between what you have, the first proposal, your second proposal, and where we're going with this.
Okay.
Do you want to make any further comments about that?
Oh, they're amenable, right, to working with Pat?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't be nice. Just kidding. All right, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't believe we have any arborists on this commission, and we are reliant upon our departments and their commentary. And conservation, indeed, is one department which we are heavily reliant upon, and they are professionals. And I'm personally loath to ignore this department's concerns and recommendations. So I would not just say, oh, well, if you can't figure it out, we'll be open to taking these trees down. I say no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say to Mr. Macri, you forgot whose town's commission you're on when you're saying that. As the famous reporter from Greenwich Time once said to me, this is a town in which trees have their own constituency. He said, everybody fights for every tree. And I said, yes, indeed, that's what we do. So to the extent possible, we'd like to see the trees saved. We'd like to see you come up with a plan that has less impervious. We will leave it to staff to work with it. If you get, what I would say further is if you get stymied, come back and Patrick will talk to us about it in a discussion and review it with us. But he has a design background. He's got, as you know, a very strong staff. Tracy, very strong. All these people can help you do it. Jackie, in fact, who I believe did this.
Yes,
Jackie? It's Jackie. Yep.
Yeah.
Between them all, you'll be able to figure it out.
Great.
Do I have any other comments from you guys? I don't think they have anything else outstanding. This was the only thing I remember seeing. Does anybody else have things? This is when my iPad starts crashing. It wants to go home.
Conservation is what it is. Health was okay with 8 bedrooms.
Yeah, everybody's
was actually happy about what was going pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And engineering was okay with zoning building permit approval, and wetlands issued their permit. So it's just basically trees.
Oh yeah, that's what I was I remembered this. I finally remembered this question. The crushed stone reservoir, you're only putting it under the motor court, correct?
Correct. Yes, that's just the square by the garages.
All right. So you're not going to go that deep on the driveways.
For the existing driveway, no, we're just going to get a new staging base.
And on the new driveway, are you going to do any kind of drainage?
No, it's just the typical driveway, typical asphalt. Yeah, so the areas that were near those 2 trees, they would be just typical asphalt.
And what does it mean when staff says that the soils under the rain garden have a shallow restrictive layer leading to designing the rain garden with a liner below the bioretention? What does that mean, Mr.
Sure.
Kenny?
So when you do test pits and you find that there are shallow groundwater or shallow ledge, DPW allows a pond liner to be installed below the rain garden to create a barrier between the groundwater coming up and the, treated water.
So
Doing, and then there's a
hold on a second, Mr. Holsworth. My question was more to Mr. Kenny. Are you going to have any problems with the plantings in the rain garden? Or are you used to doing this?
We're used to it. See, still the same depth of soil. The growing medium is the same above the liner, the depth of growing medium. So,
okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Levy, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this a synthetic liner that has a certain life?
My question exactly.
Yeah, it's a synthetic material. I don't know what the lifespan of it. It's a kind of a thick, 30 mil rubber type of material. I don't know, to be honest, what the lifespan is. But it's not like we're encapsulating toxic, contaminated soils. It's just creating a barrier between groundwater and the treated water.
Can you just explain why it's requested that you need that?
Because okay, go ahead. I'm going to let you answer it. That Mr. Holsworth was trying to tell me, and I was like, okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
Right. So the DPW drainage manual allows rain gardens to be lined and under drained so that only the water that we are intentionally putting in the rain garden gets treated and filtered and then discharged, slowly metered out, without any sort of interference with the groundwater coming up from underneath the rain garden. If you have a 2-foot separation distance, which is the requirement, then that 2 foot is kind of the buffer. When you have less than that, the rain garden pond liner kind of acts as that buffer.
In a sense, Mr. Holsworth, if you didn't have the liner, the rain garden would be filled up with water from the high ground water table.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not it's effectively preventing it from becoming a standing pond, a standing natural pond.
Right.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
And then that storage volume is being taken up by groundwater as opposed to what you're trying to treat from the impervious coverages.
Right.
But to carry that a little further, if there was really that much pressure, then the rain garden wouldn't drain anyway. So I'm not sure I quite understand the intent of it. And I do know that certain barriers become more of a nuisance over time than being helpful. So I just wanted to understand it a little bit better.
Well, in terms of the assurances for the town, the DPW does require a drainage maintenance agreements where a engineer inspects it every 5 years and needs to verify that it is still functioning. So if a pond liner is not working adequately or there's some deficiencies, every 5 years it needs to get signed off on, essentially. So that kind of,
you might, at some point, the idea is that you may need to replace it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that may
seems
be
kind of silly to go through all of that when it's sometimes better to not be so particular about designing every last aspect of a rain garden like that.
Well, the drainage manual is very rigorous, that we have to work very hard with engineering to meet their demands. So these are when you have site conditions that have poor soils, these are the kind of workarounds that allow you to treat the impervious coverage.
And just to ask another question, just so I can better understand.
Of course.
So if you understanding the limitations of soil, if that would mean that you if you weren't to put in some kind of barrier, you may need more space in order to create a rain garden that does sufficiently what you want. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you you would need to either do more filling or add more volume to treat the impervious coverage. So yeah, if you have better soils, you can make infiltration systems smaller.
But just the idea of having a larger infiltration system, more surface, sounds like a better idea anyway. No?
Oh, so one of the criteria is providing water quality volume and not just treating the amount of impervious coverage. I'll mention that with this development, we're only increasing coverage by about 900 square feet compared to what was there before. There was a very large house with 2 curb cuts with a very big driveway and a big garage. And we are, we're matching impervious coverage to, only net under 1,000 square feet. So we're providing water quality, we're reducing coverage. I'm sorry, we're reducing peak rates of runoff. So that just didn't exist with the prior development.
Yep. Okay. So the engineering accepts it, Mr. Levy, and to be honest, the drainage manual is now 10 years old. And I happen to think that at this point, it's not aggressive enough on some of the things it requires for lid and on the amount of lid it requires, but we're going to wait for DPW to get there because we got enough work on our plates. Does anybody have any further comment? All right. Does anybody in the public wish to comment on 76 Cakehamwood Road? 76 Cakehamwood, any comments? Nope. Okay, so we, based on the discussion we've had, would everybody be okay with closing it? Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Levy, Lowe, and Jones. Would everybody does anybody have any objection to closing it at this time and then conditioning what we discussed?
No.
No.
All righty. So with that, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Basili?
Your work is done?
Thank you. Yes,
Wait, why are you in the dark? Oh, because you're snoozing.
by the window and I didn't turn a light on and now it's getting dark out. That last one went a little longer, so
yeah. Sorry.
That's all right.
We get obsessed with trees and we can't let it go sometimes. All right. Okay. So we'll see you when we meet again.
See you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
All righty. Hope I did this right. And with that, we go to our discussion items. Our first discussion item is Berkeley Insurance Company at 44 to 59 Davenport Avenue and 537 to 545 Steamboat Road in the GB.
Madam Chair, I am recused on this.
Bah.
You're going to have to come back, of course.
What happened to Mr. Wells that he's got his hand up? Uh-oh, he fell. How did that happen?
Well, you're bringing people back in. If you could bring in Mr. Rydberg or Claudia, as the case may be.
He's Rydberg now.
We need to check on Mr. Wells's health if he's fallen.
Mr. Wells, where did you go?
I'm back.
What happened? Did you lose your connection all of a sudden?
I think I went out with the other 2 guys that went.
Oh yeah, every now and then and it might have even been me. I'm so sorry.
That would be the bathwater.
Yeah, we threw you out. You're the baby.
Better than the toilet water.
Yeah. Mr. Rydberg, did you change your shirt? It looks different.
No.
No, same shirt.
Okay.
Same person, different screen.
All right. So why don't you go ahead and tell us, this is for a proposal. They've bought these properties and they want to build a 3-story office building. The combined property would be 45,659 square feet. And away you go. And 20 minutes, guys.
Good evening again, commission members. So Rudy and I have been working with the Berkeley Insurance on these properties. It's 5 separate parcels surrounded on 2 sides by Davenport Avenue on the north and on the east, and on the west by Steamboat Road. Across the street is the Delamar Hotel. There is a fine condominium development just to the south that Mr. Rydberg designed. And then we have residential properties on the east side of the Davenport dead end. And so neighborhood developed over years with various buildings. There are 2 dwellings on the property on relatively small lots. One is 1,786 square feet. That's the lot, not the square footage of the house. The house is actually 26, almost 2,700 square feet. Another lot is 3,200 square feet. It has 2 office buildings that are pretty much on the property line, and one of them is 4 stories. And lastly, there is a warehouse with offices that's located on the west side of Davenport, that of Connecticut Iron Works, when the Margonaut family was operating out of this area. So what we're proposing to do is to demolish all the existing buildings, which are non-conforming as to floor area, height, stories, coverage, parking, and construct a new single building that's 3 stories, and that provides for much more parking than exists now. There are only about 80 parking spaces on site currently and it's way underparked. And we would be providing about 135 parking spaces, most of which would be underground. But one of the big things for the neighborhood would be that we're closing all the curb cuts on the east side, or on the east side of our property, but the west side of Davenport Avenue. So rather than those neighbors having to deal with the commercial traffic that's associated with the warehouse and with the office building, that would be all closed off. Davenport is just under 40 feet wide in terms of right of way. So we think that there could be an opportunity to provide residential parking along there, which is something that the neighborhood has been looking to do. I think it has more to do with the Delamar or the Lescal, I suppose, than it does any of the properties that the Berkeleys have purchased. So it also allows us to put a great deal of screening along there. So we think that this can be a very positive redevelopment of this site, not only for our client, but also for the neighborhood. This is being proposed under Section 8-2D of the Connecticut General Statutes. I know there had been some discussion yesterday about using local regulation 6-141. But one thing, we're not going to a non-conforming use, which is one of the things that 6141 talks about, which is our non-conforming regulation. We would be conforming with the office use on this site. And we have done an analysis of the properties individually and then collectively. Some of them are at, for example, the FAR on one is 1.5. On another, it's 1.3. So these are very, very non-conforming as to what we have now, and what we will be bringing back to you when we file the application is something that we think will be an enhancement to the neighborhood and retaining some of those non-conformities.
Okay, so
And I have 15 minutes left.
so yeah, but we're about to eat those up. So you heard the question yesterday. this analysis that you've done of the nonconformity and how you would maintain the nonconformity as allowed under the statute that passed in 2017. We've all discussed it. I would like to see, I personally would like to see that analysis, because what disturbs me is if you have a site that is non-conforming, you heard the question yesterday, a site, one portion of the property is non-conforming, you merge it into the others, I don't see that that gives you a non-conforming ability as to the zoning statistics for the entire property. So the analysis you've done would be very helpful. And you might want to think about if you can come across any case law, because I haven't, that would allow you, because what it seems like the word that I couldn't come up with yesterday is you're extrapolating, you're bootstrapping an existing nonconformity into being able to potentially go to site nonconformity for the merged properties. And I've got to be convinced that you can do that or that you aren't doing that. And now Ms. Jenkins, who's my other nonconforming, hating nonconformities with all her heart and soul person, that and loving trees, Madam Jenkins.
Yes, and I did do my homework, Mr. Hegarty, so I do realize that we're dealing with 8.2D, and that demolition is not an indication of intent to release a nonconformity. But I think I'm confused, because you're saying the great thing about this proposal is that it's creating a conforming use. So it seems to me if you're now going from a series of non-conforming buildings to a conforming use, it's not clear to me why it represents to me an intent to release the non-conformity, because you're now going into something which conforms with the zone. So I think saying what Madam Chair said in a slightly different way.
Actually, we're raising separate issues. One is whether, if you're abandoning the use nonconformity, do you get to keep any site if you get to keep site nonconformity? My question was, if you have a site nonconformity, a zoning statistics nonconformity on part of your property, you merge it to others, do you get to extrapolate that nonconformity? So two theory questions.
Yep. And I think they're theoretical only because it's certainly in terms of expanding to merged properties, a prior nonconformity. I wasn't able to find anything that suggested that that's available. So we're very much in the theoretical range for me at this point, Mr. Hegarty.
So those are the things, and you know how much I love zoning theory. So I'm looking forward to this discussion. The other comment is maybe, I know you've got the architecture up here. Got it.
I did send it over to Pat this afternoon,
Okay.
just so you'd have
So,
that.
Yeah, so I've got it.
Look at.
On the steamboat facade. The steamboat facade is an office building facade. I would ask that you reconsider. I understand that this is an office building. I further understand that this is Berkeley. What's the address on Steamboat? 537. And I understand that
I mean, the existing Berkeley Insurance Building, that's 475.
Yeah, no, but I just want to go up. Okay, so while I'm talking, I should have had this ready for you. Where I'm going, Mr. Rydberg, is on Steamboat. If you look at Steamboat, it is characterized by what used to be the steakhouse and the Delamar. And what you're proposing on Steamboat is completely inconsistent with that neighborhood. with that streetscape. And it was bothering me yesterday and I didn't articulate it and I'm sorry, but that's what. So you're proposing something, see if I can just get it up here. The little man and. All right, share screen. Share, am I in the right place? I think this is it. Let me try it. Okay, there we go. So here's, you got this ugly stuff here now, no question. And then there's like all this pretty stuff. See this nice building here. And can I spin this around? No, but you know, you guys, everybody knows what the Delamar looks like. Would your client, and again, you know, he has all the freedom in the world, but would they be willing to explore having it on Steamboat be a little more consistent with the Delamar, at least echo it somehow? And Mr. Rydberg, this is so your style as compared to what, you didn't design this building, did you?
Which one? The Monero's
that one.
property? Yes.
The Monero's.
Yeah, Rudy did that
Yeah.
one.
I was
Mhm.
like, that looks like a Rydberg building. I couldn't
Mhm.
remember if you had done Monero's. You did Monero's. It is a beautiful building. It looks like it's been there forever. It gives Steamboat lovely streetscape. I recognize that this is up here now, this thing here. So it's a
the
mixed
general
bag.
reinsurance concrete board building.
Yes. Okay. So
That
you
one.
don't like it either. And here's this, the Monero's building, Mr. Rydberg. I can pick out your style generally, but you know, because if you look at 103 Mason, you've got the same kind of thing with the towers. You do have, if you guys did something like that here, let me minus this out. Oops, lost it. Sorry. But you got the idea of where I'm trying to go to. Have you talked to your client? Okay, this is a mess that I just made. Okay, I can't go much farther out, but you guys don't need to be told what this looks like. And then, there's the Delamar. So couldn't you make this really pretty, a little pretty stretch of street? The Delamar is just like, it's a little jewel in Greenwich. Couldn't you fit in and that leads you up to going into, you know, Bruce Park and everything? Could your client think about that?
Well, we
we
certainly have
have
to discuss it with them.
We have a glass building that are and granite that is.
I get it.
On the other side of.
I know. I get it.
The north line of Davenport Avenue.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I know
That's
that
100,000 square feet.
Yes, I get it. I totally get that you could make an argument to do that. But all I'm saying is I can't drive fast enough. Sorry. But so you've got this right there.
Like the one, like that one right there. Yes.
Like that one right there. I
that
get
says
that
Berkeley Insurance on it.
That says Berkeley Insurance. I get why your client wants to mimic their building. I understand it's their prerogative. I understand that it's their building, all of that. But if you could at least ask them if they would be willing to do something to preserve, I mean, it would just be prettier for the neighborhood. It would make it lovely. And they could still have the inner part of it be as glass and modern and cool. You know who's done a lot of this? I just spent a lot of time at New York Presbyterian. They have merged an old with an all glassy new kind of architecture, and it works beautifully. You could do that here, but could you do something that works for the streetscape? Ms. Jenkins and then Mr. Levy, I'm sorry, I probably talked too much. My apologies.
No, I guess my point is very much the same. And Madam Chair, I know we're not supposed to tell people how to do their job in terms of the design, but I'm troubled by just the idea that there's going to be a face of a building right on the street when there's water across the street. And I know that to some extent, you're also trying to protect the Davenport area because it's residential on the other side of this property. So I can see the tension of you don't want to put a big building when you've got houses across the street, but here you've got Steamboat Road and the Delamar and water. And the idea that we're going to have a large, long office building is going to be very overwhelming, particularly at that point, because that's the part of Steamboat Road that everybody sees no matter what part of that intersection you're in. And I'm just to use an architectural term, the mass of it kind of scares me a little bit. It's a big building for that particular location on the Steamboat. And if there's any way to minimize the visual effect right on Steamboat Road, I think the town would appreciate that.
And Mr. Rydberg knows how to fix these things. We know that.
I know he does. I have
he
the
knows
same
how to fix it.
admiration for his work.
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't do Central Middle School, Mr. Rydberg.
No.
Sorry. Okay, so on that, I think what we're saying to you is, look, if you could ask your client, the Delamar, and because of Bruce Park and because of Island Beach and all that, it's a tourist area for us. It is a magnet for visitors to Greenwich. Could we make it more appealing? Mr. Levy.
To Madam Chair's point, the Berkeley insurance building is set way back from the street. So whatever the mass, its impact is minimalized. And so the streetscape becomes an opportunity to create something which is consistent with our downtown. So there is a kind of a more of an urbanized idea of meeting the sidewalk, but then there's greenscape and details and materials, scale, and door openings, window treatments, roof line, that can all modulate how the corner is perceived. And the corner is very important here. So because the other side, there's no corner. Anyway, so I think that it's an exciting project because it's a great opportunity to improve what's there. And so I'm very happy that you're working on it.
So important elements in maintaining the character of the town. And then I'll go and stand up for you at ARC if Mr. Hagney can prevail, Mr. Because sometimes they like brutalist architecture. And I'm like, All right, Mr. Lowe and then Ms. Jones.
Well, just a quick question for Mr. Rydberg. Is all of this flattery working? Because
I keep trying. I keep trying.
That's a rhetorical question you need not answer.
Well, this is our first pass. What we're trying to do is to come up with a building that I think I felt more, I wanted to respect the Davenport residential neighbors more than the streetscape, because I'm sure maybe some of them may be speaking tonight. We were trying to push off that property line. We were trying to open up a corner there now where the parking is. We know that the parking is driven. I mean, the building is driven by the parking because we got to get up Davenport to the level area to park. You know, we can't come in mid-level. It doesn't work. You got to have a parking garage. So we're stuck where it is. But I think we've opened it up enough so that that corner, they have a smaller building. It's about 62 feet wide, 60 feet wide overall, facing a building now that there's several, you know, the ironworks and the two houses are on there. It'll be well landscaped. We've already looked at trying to even improve the landscaping a little bit more on that as we've waited to come on for the hearing here. So the building kind of sets itself where it is. We're also trying to get the amount of parking that we need. The building to get underneath the building to park so that the majority of the people of this building will be covered. The upper area will be parking for visitors. So
Mr. Rudberg, just to answer you quickly before Ms. Jones speaks, I'm not asking you for more setback
no, I
on
understand.
the steamboat side. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Protect the Davenport residents, and you're doing that, and landscaping and setback. But on the steamboat side, could you enhance that touristic element that we already have there?
Okay, that's something to consider. Sure.
I mean, if the applicant would agree with it, and once you're away from that facade, you can make all the glass and whatever you want.
Well,
and
it is a
just-
corner, to Mr. Levy's point. The corner is an important corner.
The
I've
corner's
said
a
it
corner.
since
Yes,
day one,
agreed.
we're going to drive down there. That corner
I know.
is important. So,
But you could, but what the street facing parts, so that's what's really cool that I saw is that the street facing parts look all quaint and cute. And then on the inside, you can be all modern. And it's this wonderful melange of architectural styles. I don't like to comment to you on architecture, except that I want to find a way to make it work downtown. Ms. Jones, go ahead.
So I just want to support sort of the other members of the commission and saying that I do think that streetscape on Steamboat is important. I walk down there a lot. You don't notice the Berkeley building at all because it is higher up, it's set off. But you notice that this is kind of, this section is sort of a little run down. And we do notice, you see a lot of things, but there's a lot that goes on when you walk all the way down sort of towards, but I think you could sort of bring stuff in to make it sort of, not feel like it's just a block on there. That's something that kind of draws you in, which you've done a nice job. Obviously they are residents and we all comment how we would like to live it. But I kind of want to just reiterate that I think it is an important point. We drive by there, you could see that corner from that intersection right there and from the parking lot at the town parking lot. So, and as you come down Greenwich Avenue. So it would be nice to have something that feels sort of warm and welcoming. Yes. So thank you.
Okie doke. Public comment? Are you guys all done?
Yes.
Does anybody in the public wish to speak on these applications on the application at Davenport Avenue and 545 Steamboat? Okay. Well, when you formally apply, they may come in, but definitely agree protecting Davenport is important because we heard from them a lot on the exit and all of that when we were working with the access into the Berkeley building.
Yeah, I
Okay.
hope you can see that we have been working with that concept in mind because there are a number of curb cuts onto Davenport facing east. And this would eliminate all of those. And there's currently a curb cut on the north side for the surface parking for the existing building. So that would not be changing, but the overall landscaping and the impact, or reduced impact on the residential properties on Davenport, that's what we had been focusing on more, and we'll have to think more about the steamboat side.
Yeah, I think when the Delamar finds out, they're going to want to
use our parking for their restaurant in the evening. That's what they're going to want.
Oh, yeah, they're going to want that. All right, you guys.
Okay.
See you when you come back.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
All the best.
Night.
Next application, and we have Mr. Tessie. All right, we're going to try to have Mr. Tessie have 20 minutes without interrupting. And Lacey? Oh, we don't have to worry about not knowing who Lacey is. There's the top of Mr. Tessie's head. Okay, our next application is Sage and Sage for a review. This is, we talked about it yesterday, the proposed change of use to accommodate a wellness facility on East Putnam Avenue, and it's at the corner of East Putnam and Millbank.
Correct.
Mr. Tessie.
Thank you. Just a minor point, but just to correct it in the in the agenda, the company is actually Sage and Sound. Not
Okay.
Safe and Sound, Sage and Sound. Just as they said, minor point.
All right.
Given the fact that this is a pre-app and not a formal application, but thank you I think it'd be helpful also, Lauren Zucker, who is one of the principals of our client, should be,
Has her hand up, hold on.
I asked her to join
Oh.
as a panelist. I thought it'd help move things along for you.
Okay. I don't know, she disappeared?
Well,
Oh, there she is. Keep your
Lacey,
hand up, don't lower it, because we got to find you to promote you. There's still a lot of people here. All right,
Lacey Tish is the other principal. So we
all
have two
right.
principals and me.
Okay, and you.
And me.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you, thank you both. The application, as I described and as is in the call, is to create a basically a wellness facility that Lacey or Lauren can further describe, because I know that was one of your questions yesterday during your staff briefing, which I listened to in its entirety. With regard to the location, that was one of the questions in the building, which is as you all know, it's at the southwest corner of Millbank Avenue and East Putnam Avenue. It's a strip, what I'll call a strip shopping center, having two levels, one facing the East Putnam Avenue, and then behind the building, there's a lower level of stores, offices and stores, and a parking lot that can accommodate 64 vehicles. The building itself is occupied by 5 tenants that I called out in our cover letter. This particular space would be the remaining space left in the shopping center. It is 2 levels, about 6,000 square feet. Formerly if I'm pronouncing it right, the Proudhon, I think it was a carpet and rug distributor. And the overall proposal here, as I stated, was a wellness facility, but it was a spot that the client's been trying to find in Greenwich for quite some time. I've worked with them, can't remember now, could be up to a year to find the right location. And it seems to be the perfect location for them, giving what they're looking for, which is to be relatively close to central Greenwich, which just says this property is in the CGBR zone, in fact, and which would provide sufficient parking. And in that regard, I sent earlier today to Mr. Leroux a letter from Alyssa Kalishan, who is the principal owner of the property, as I think some of you know. And in the letter, Alyssa spelled out basically the answers to a number of your questions regarding the existing facilities, their utilization in terms of time of the facility, of their spaces. And in that regard, I happened to drive by at 1 o'clock, because I was actually driving by and looked in the parking lot today at 1 o'clock, as I said, at 1 o'clock, and there were 47 vacant spaces, despite the fact that we have 5 of the 6 tenant spaces occupied. I did my own count for how many parking spaces technically the space would need, given its individual uses, not taking any fancy advantages like traffic engineers for, bypass and all of that. And I come up with 32 to 34 spaces overall, given the uses, breaking them down the normal way the commission looks to see it determined. And so we're very comfortable with that, and it was exciting for our clients to know that they had that parking if needed. And as I said earlier, their location here is ideal for them. And I know Alicia Kalishan has at that location been marketing this space for a while. And I think personally that it's a good fit. I've represented her and her dad way back when. It seems like forever, our two families. And so I was glad to help put this application together for you. Now it's a pre-app because part of the application is to have a small cafe. That is a restaurant use, therefore, which requires a special permit in a CGBR zone because we don't have a front and rear building line. Otherwise, I don't believe we would have needed a special permit, but we do. And so you have greater control over the application, which is fine. So with that intro and knowing it's been a long day for you all, I'm happy to turn it over. I think, Lauren, you were going to give the overview on your business, I believe.
Yes. Madam Chair and team, thank you for having us. I know it's been a very long day, so we are very excited to be here. Lacey and I were just head over heels loving Greenwich. So it's been a market, as Mr. Tessie has previously discussed, that we looked at for over a year and a half, knowing we opened our first location on 84th and 3rd in New York City. So it's exciting for us to see us grow, and Greenwich was the second market that we were excited to move into, hopefully. Sage and Sound is a wellness brand. So what that looks like is services, massages, facials, energy work. So it's curated with services, products, wellness products, everything from skincare to body, to things in the home. And then we have a cafe. So it's really a community around wellness and self-care. We are not a membership. And we also, I should note, have classes, mindfulness classes, not workout. Well, we all do some Pilates, but it's more around meditation and yoga in a small kind of semi-private style.
Anybody got any questions?
Go ahead. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Anybody got any questions? Mr. Levy?
Yes, thank you,
And
Madam
then
Chair.
Ms. Jenkins.
Tell us more about your setup and how you would do classes. You said you might be able to do a myriad of different things. So some kind of treatment, some kind of classes. Do you think that that's a minor part of the business you're doing and just a small part of the traffic? Or do you think that, you know, how does that all work?
Sure. Laura, you want me to pull up the layout we put together? Do you have a diagram of the layout? Yeah.
Patrick should be, or Tracy should be able to pull that up. And I did indicate it in my cover letter for the clients, just so you realize, Mr. Levy, you may already know that their class size wouldn't be any greater than 15. And we discussed that there would be 20-minute
changeover
periods between those classes.
Right. So this is the main entrance. If you see when you well, the two floors, the top floor being the cafe and the retail area. And by retail, it's the skincare and products that you could buy from a treatment. Call it a very small kind of mini Sephora, right? In terms of that type of categories. And then the downstairs space, as you see, has a total of, call it, 5 to 8 treatment rooms. And that's one person per room. And typically what we see traffic times, that's usually like a 9 a.m. to a 2 p.m. Sometimes we see in New York City, we just don't know Greenwich in terms of how people will get a massage or a facial. Sometimes in New York, we do see a bit of a pickup from 5 to 7, but not much later than that. So it's for anyone coming home after work who may like a massage. And then the classroom, which is to the right, is a 15 people max. And that's a seated meditation class, a seated sound class, And same type of window, it's more 9 to 2 o'clock we would call it as the peak core time.
Yeah, I think you've timing, what we see, and I'm sure Ms. Kalishan can tell you the same thing. What we see is parents drop their kids, and if they are not employed outside the home, once the kids are in school, they will go and do things. Then they go pick up the kids. And then sometimes Equinox, we know, sees, Mr. Tessie's very familiar with the Equinox peaks. We know sees an evening rush. And everybody sees a Saturday before noon rush.
Right.
And then Sunday is lighter. That's what we would characterize for a lot of the fitness and personal service establishments. In some ways, this is new territory for us because we're finding that people are moving away from traditional retail to doing more hands-on, experiential that's what it's shifting to.
Yeah.
But that's our take. But the parking analysis for all the uses that would be here would be critical. I know Mr. Tessie looked at it. I'm sorry, Ms. Jenkins, before I go deep into the parking, did you want to make a comment? Because I'm going to veer into the parking.
Yeah, before you go into parking, I believe you're anticipating 7 employees?
Yes. 7 full-time, yes. And then we have some part-time teachers that come in but are not full-time. They would come in for their class.
Are any of them considered to be medical practitioners?
No.
No. That would affect parking.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so you've got 4 treatment rooms, 5 treatment rooms. I take it back. 5 treatment rooms plus the facial suite, which I suppose is really a form of treatment room.
It's a bigger room. Yeah.
Then you could accommodate maybe more than one person doing the facial. I mean, this would be more like a personal service or beauty salon establishment, Patrick, for parking demand.
If there was no licensed treatments in there, I think it would be, along that line of a salon type.
Of a salon, so each station. Then I know it was in the description. What's a head spa again?
It's it's actually very popular on TikTok right now.
Scalp massage.
Yes, it's a scalp treatment. It's very relaxing.
It's not a blowout.
Yes.
Okay, just fine. I mean, people are always teaching us these things because it's clear to everybody who comes before us that if you're on this kind of meeting at 10 o'clock at night, you're not at a head spa. Okay. So we would be looking at what's the average, how long does the treatment last? What are the gaps in the appointments?
Sure.
What's your turnover? But in essence, we're going to be defining the parking demand by the number of treatment spaces that you have. I'm sure Patrick's already told you guys that. And when you're doing, and then in the area where you're going to have classes, we would be treating it as a class space and how big the classes are going to be. Ms. Kalishan, you're there, right? I brought you in and I'm not seeing you.
I was going to say that I believe Alyssa was tuning in.
Yeah, she was there. Hello, Ms. Kalishan. Did you want to add anything on parking usage? Because you do know a lot about this business.
I do, and as you all know, I'm quite hands-on. And as the owner of Millpost Realty for about 30 years, I can attest that the property actually is underparked. Given our current
underparked?
She means
underutilized.
Yes.
Underutilized. So it's overparked.
Yes.
Oh, overparked.
It has too much parking means it's overparked.
Overparked. Thank you, Margarita.
You're welcome, Ms. Kalishan.
We have Listen, we have a carefully curated mix of tenants there, and we have got retail, we have real estate, we have personal service, and we have food. And there's a ideal shared parking situation that works seamlessly. I myself, along with our staff, have witnessed firsthand the property at all times of day and night. We live in town, we traverse Millbank on a day-to-day basis throughout the year, and it's never full, or it's never even close to being full. This is factual. I've never in our 30 years heard from a tenant or a client that they couldn't find a space, and you know that they're the first to complain if they had a problem. I actually reached out to tenants, and most of them are all business owners, just to confirm my observations, and what they're seeing is consistent, and they've never had a parking issue. Our current 5 tenants are low traffic tenants. The Sage and Sound space is our only remaining available space.
What about the pizza?
Well, I'll touch on that. First of all, we have Freebird, which is a retail takeout.
Right.
Food. They have no customer parking, they told me. They said they're pickups. And the only dine-ins, which is there's a very small space, is walking customers. Their peak, yep.
Yeah,
This-
okay.
Right from the owners, and the owners work there all day. It's owner operated. Their peak is 11:30 to 1:30. They close at 6, but between like 1:30 and 6, it's ones, ins and outs. We have the interior designer. He's retail and by appointment, not always open. He has 1 employee he just hired and is testing out having an employee. He recently expanded next door to WineWise, which used to be a retail, wine shop. So him expanding now has reduced even more traffic because there's no in and out alcohol purchasers. Berkshire Hathaway on the corner, real estate. Brokers are in the field more than they're at their desks, or they'd be fired. SLT, also class-based. While they have, I think, 15 to 20 machines, I think their average class size is 8 people. They're 6:30 a.m. to 11:30. They close at noon. Patsy's, which has yet to open, will open at noon, but their traffic will really be in the dinner hours. They're expecting more people after dinner when everybody else is closed. Ostia Strong is one-on-one. They're lucky if they have 3 clients at the same time. They're very busy their busiest is the beginning of the week. They close by 3. Saturdays, they close at 1.
Yeah,
This
that's the
center-
demand. We know.
This
2:30 when
center-
you gotta go get the kids at school, everybody's gone.
Right? I mean, Margaret, not to interrupt you, but this center once housed a hairdresser, a restaurant of 30 years, a wine shop, all at the same time. What do you call it? Serenity Spa, Berkshire Hathaway, all at the same time. Again, never had parking issues. And when the spa was there, they had I think 4 or 5 treatment rooms. The hairdresser had 6 stalls. The restaurant, which was Asiana, had, and Patrick can check the numbers, I want to say they had 150 seats. So again, and Asiana was a lunch spot. So we're talking about a center that has proven itself to be overparked. You all know that I'm very vocal in town about parking. I am, nuts about it. So I would never create a situation where there'd be lack of parking.
Okay. Mr. Levy and then Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you go over the number of seats that you're anticipating and what since that's upstairs, that would be along East Putnam, where there's maybe underparked. So
20 inside? and cuatro eight
There's,
and
there-
12 outside.
there's 20, there are, what, I'm sorry, what did you say, Madam Chair? The
I said
number of
20
times?
inside and
Right.
12 outside.
Yeah, the 20, correct, 20 inside and
It's amazing,
was
isn't it?
12, I can add up. And then 12 would be seasonal dining outside, proposed. That the client would like to have.
Ms. Jenkins?
No, so,
Okay, sorry.
but there's limited parking on the street. So would you anticipate that some people would park out back and go up the stairs and go in? Or, you know, where is everybody parking? And is this, I assume that this would be a lunch place. Would you anticipate it also being a dinner place?
You know, I think it's going to be primarily for lunch. As we get to understand the market, it's the menu will not change. We're not going to have a dinner menu. So it will be a breakfast and lunch menu that will stay the same consistently. So if somebody wants for dinner a salad, or they want to pick up prepared food or market food, it will have that, so they can do that. And yes, we can have people park in the back and go up the stairs.
And so
Similar to Freebird, the one next door.
So a question to that, Ms. Zucker, and to Mr. Levy's question. Some of your people might be coming up from the treatment rooms. They would have parked in the back, gone to a treatment room, and then might go up the stairs and have a sandwich for lunch. So some of your people are already in your building or in the
Correct.
facility. Okay. Ms. Jenkins, or unless you weren't done, Mr. Levy. Okay, Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah,
And then
is there going to be a separate entrance downstairs?
Yes.
Other than through the treatment rooms, or do you have to?
There's a reception area downstairs.
And then go upstairs, because I can't see people walking all the way around the block to get to the.
No,
They have a reception. If on the screen that they showed us before, there's an entry into the head spa, which doesn't totally make sense to me because you won't be able to control that access. There's an entry into the classroom from the parking lot. That makes more sense. And then there's an entry into reception. I would say consider closing. It's up to you guys that you'll have better control of your facility if you only have the reception entry.
Yeah, that was the goal, to flow for traffic, is it will be the main where you see reception, and that's where people will check in for treatments. And then upstairs, we will also have another checkout for retail as well as the cafe.
So I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Fine, and those doors in the back are pre-existing, and we have been considering blocking those off to make sure that there's only one traffic area.
Yeah.
for
Your
the-
call, but I think you're right, ma'am.
So the staircase on the left that has a door opening, that would not be an independent go straight up the stairs. You would have everybody come through reception on the downstairs area. There are two staircases here, one in the reception and one the other side of the.
The one next to
The boiler room.
actually is for Freebird.
Yes, that's not
That's
ours,
not
exactly. Yes,
Got it.
it is confusing.
Okay, so the boiler room stairs, we'll call them that. Those are for Freebird.
Yeah,
Correct.
those are not ours.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with the building from the Asiana days. Do we know how many seats there are in Patsy's? I guess Mr.
There-
Listen would.
Yeah,
Go ahead, listen.
about 60 seats.
60?
So if you add, well,
And-
Freebird has seats. It's just that you're saying they're not used, but if you add Freebird, Patsy's, and yours here, Stage and Sound, you're still, one of the things to compare, Mr. Tessie, how we like to do this, is you'll probably still be below the Asiana level.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And that was, I know Alyssa had discussions with Katie DeLuca before she left, and actually I submitted as part of our submission here the result of their conversations. But I think it's also important to point out, and certainly Lauren or Lacey could correct me, but you're planning on your business hours really end at 7 o'clock. So you
Yes.
won't be in a evening competition for dinner during prime time, which is usually 7 to 8, but you'll basically be winding down.
Pizza's different.
Well, I'm sorry, I was just referring to their operation.
Yep.
Well, people could stop in for pizza. Well, I honestly
Yep.
don't know much about
But you
that.
can come back. I mean, you know all the questions we're asking you about
Yeah,
parking.
no,
and you know how to lay it out.
No, thank you. I relayed as
Yeah.
best I could all the points.
Yep.
And Melissa and Lacey and Lauren were understanding, because before we made the pre-app, we spent a lot of time on other properties also about this issue of, parking. And as I said earlier, you know what I said earlier, which it seems like a very good marriage between the landlord tenant and all the tenants also, having had those discussions with Alessa along the way. And we'll try to make a formal, I know everyone wants to move forward. And we appreciate your time, really.
Okay, before you go,
Yes.
Patrick, did you want to add something?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify again. I know it's been asked before, but I am looking at your list of services at your other location. Have you confirmed that none of those services need licenses here in the state of Connecticut? Because that will trigger a different parking analysis if they do. Because if you read the definition of medical spa and spa, there are a number of things that sound similar to what you've been doing, but again, the operative word is if we need like either supervised by or administered by a licensed professional in the state. So again, just double check and make sure, or maybe perhaps this is a different list of services and it's pared down from those, but it seems like there may be some of those activities going on in your other locations.
Lauren and Lacey,
Yeah.
in the zoning regulations, we refer to, and I think we may have talked about it in the past, but it's been a year or so. There's a definition of medical professional, which is tied to the type of licenses for certain types of medical professionals, if you will. And in those cases, the parking count is based upon the basically 6.25 parking spaces per medical professional. Now that takes into account staff. So it's a different methodology. So that's what Mr. LaRoe was getting to, and Madam Chair we're getting to.
Okay.
You can take another look at it. We can speak about it again. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. So let me just check quickly, but I'm looking at these are mostly central middle people here right now. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is at 116 to 136 East Putnam Avenue. Nope, okey doke. So we'll see you when you come back.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you so much for your
Have
time.
a wonderful evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Tessie stays, Madam Chair.
Okay, Tessie stays. All right, hello, Mr. McRae, Tessie stays, and now we go to the Burning Tree Country Club at 120 Perkins Road in the RA2. And that is for proposed demo of the existing pool building, new pool building, paddle tennis and new paddle tennis expansions, etc. You've got, it's not in the listing here, new fitness facility. We were noticing several other things. And so Mr.
Yes.
Tessie, just quickly, as it gets late,
Yes.
one of the biggest concerns, we think you're going to be okay. You've got 158 acres. We understand you're not going to increase your membership. We couldn't remember if you have a membership cap, but we don't think you would be increasing your membership. The one thing that we have heard plenty of emails about is paddle tennis noise, and folks are unhappy. So if you're building a new paddle tennis building, whatever you can do to make sure it is very soundproof and that there's no lighting and that it's non-intrusive because there are a lot of folks that live in the Burning Tree area who've been writing to us.
I listened to.
Paddle tennis or pickleball?
Well,
Apparently, they're just worried about the noise and they're writing. So just whatever you do, just make sure it's quiet.
Well, we're not, just very quickly for you all, and Harris Coble, our general manager at Burning Tree, is.
I see him, poor guy,
president-
sorry.
Okay.
Did he, okay, we don't
If-
need to bring him in, or does he
Okay, if
want
you had
to?
questions that I couldn't answer.
Not really,
well, I have been
but-
representing Burning Tree for a long time and been a member for a long. They haven't thrown me out yet. So but the point is, we're not proposing any new paddle tennis courts or any new pickleball courts. And we're not proposing to relocate them because there really is limited, as much land as we have a lot of wetlands, as you all probably know. So we have limited areas for additional development. And so I just want to make it clear in those regards. The most proximate neighbors are on Perkins Road, just basically behind the paddle tennis, not the paddle tennis courts, the tennis courts, and where the pickleball courts is. Interestingly, Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, they're not members of the club, but when they got the notice, Mr. Lawrence called me up. We have a very cordial relationship, and we went over what we were doing, and he didn't have an issue and actually understood it was just time to do a lot of renovation around the pool area. And so far as the cap's concerned, I don't believe there's ever been a hard cap imposed by the Board of Appeals. But we maintain a cap for our own utilization. So the facilities are all designed basically to bring it up, and I think it was mentioned by a few of you yesterday and recognized to bring us up to the standards that you
we get
see at the other clubs. Our paddle tennis court is pretty bad. Paddle tennis hut is literally a hut. It doesn't even have any bathrooms. And so that was a point that's been around a long time. This particular board finally got to the point where they're going to do something about it. All the clubs play in the same league, and our courts, our hut is not in the same league as what we're seeing at the other clubs. So it's a little bit of that going on there. And as I said, I heard you, appreciate the point about lights, and I don't think we're making any changes to the lights. There's no change to the pool itself. It's just this upgrading across the board in that specific area.
Mhm.
And I appreciated your comments from yesterday, and I'm all with you. We're keeping it brief this evening.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Any comments? Nope. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the Burning Tree application? This is 120 Perkins Road. Okay, seeing no comments, we'll see you when you come back.
Thank you much.
Save
Good
trees.
evening.
Plant more trees if you're taking down trees. All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
And with that, we have no minutes to approve, so we can go into decision mode. Where do you want to start? Might I humbly suggest that you bear with me and do Central Middle first, because they've
Yeah,
got
before
people.
we rip into this, I just want to know, I will actually go ahead.
I'll tell you, because I think I know what you're going to ask. We have closed Central Middle. We
Yeah.
left Mason Street open. Field Point is open. Putnam is postponed. We closed the 26 Neal applications. We left 68 Deerfield open, and we closed 76 Cakehamwood.
CMS, Neil, and Cackham. Okay,
That's another way of doing it.
great. Thank you.
That's the efficient way. Okay. So I hope I can read this when I finally got the printer to print. As to the application of the Town of Greenwich Central Middle School Building Committee for a final site plan and special permit for replacement of the Central Middle School building and related site improvements, including a new grass athletic fields, vehicular access and parking areas, the results of which would exceed 150,000 cubic feet in building volume on a 21.72 acre property located at 9 Indian Rock Lake in the R12 zone. The following whereases. Whereas the subject action requires a special permit as the proposed building will be in excess of 150,000 cubic feet, and because it is for the construction of a not-for-profit educational facility in a residential zone. The existing 111,417 square foot educational building on the southern portion of the site would be removed. A new 129,034 square feet educational building would be constructed to the north of the property where ball fields and wooded slopes currently exist. A new extended driveway to the building, separate bus loop, and new parking areas are also proposed. Following abatement and demolition of the existing school building, the athletic fields will be moved to the previous building location. The existing school would continue functioning until the new structure is completed and has received a final certificate of occupancy. The proposed structure would continue to house grades 6 through 8, and the Board of Education has found its design consistent with the educational specifications provided. The current school capacity is 734 students. Current enrollment is 511. The proposed building would accommodate 660 students. The proposed school appears to meet the required setbacks of the underlying R12 zone. The 28-foot height from the first floor to the peak of the skylight is within the 35-foot maximum permitted in the zone. The proposed gross floor area of 129,034 square feet is below the 297,992 square foot maximum allowable for the site. On-site vehicle parking would be increased from 98 to 122 spaces. Queuing capacity for drop-off and pickup in the main entry driveway would be increased. Overflow parking could also be accommodated in the proposed bus loop outside of school hours. The applicant has advised it will continue to coordinate parking needs with Greenwich High School. The Board of Ed also has an agreement with the Greenwich Baptist Church to use its parking when needed. The Commission finds the proposed parking to satisfactorily meet the purposes of Section 6158. Access to the north side of the proposed building would be provided via a dedicated emergency service path. This access to the building was accepted by the fire marshal, who has also endorsed the entire proposed plan. The traffic study prepared for this project found current and future levels of service for a F or lower for the affected intersections during the AM and PM peaks. The project does not appear to have a material impact on the level of service. The traffic impact study also found a large percentage of students walk or are driven to school. The proposed site plan addresses the resultant safety and circulation issues by altering points of ingress and egress and separating personal vehicle from bus traffic. The proposed bus loop will be gate controlled during school hours to ensure the separation. The driveway on Indian Rock Lane will preserve existing utility poles, and the entrance will be widened to allow WB50 turning movements entering the site from both the east and the west. The clear travel width on Indian Rock Lane will be 11 feet wide at the curb extensions for each direction of travel as measured from the double yellow center line to the curb lines. The westbound direction includes a painted 1-foot hatch shoulder, resulting in an effective 10-foot wide travel lane to match the existing cross-section in order to accommodate on-street parking in an 8-foot lane. In traffic comments dated 5/31/24, DPW agreed to waive its requirement for a sidewalk extension north of the bus driveway exit. DPW indicated support for 3 possible options. The Commission and the applicant have agreed to option C, which is a 5-foot wide ADA accessible sidewalk from the existing sidewalk on Indian Rock Lane toward the parking lot, then along the east side of the parking lot and the bus drop-off sidewalk. DPW traffic further advised that the proposed median pavement imprint at the Orchard Street bus driveway exit is acceptable in concept, subject to certain conditions. DPW also noted that the RRFB's additional pedestrian signage and pavement markings proposed at the bus driveway exit are acceptable, but that a sightline profile sheet must be provided for the proposed crosswalk at the bus driveway exit. I think they actually got this done. The commission finds the building committee has been diligent in its efforts to enhance traffic and pedestrian safety in this application. DPW engineering signed off on the proposed drainage plan on 4/24/24. In so doing, they have required the Board of Education hire an engineering firm to handle the entire site construction inspection to meet the requirements of the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual of February 2014. They are also requiring a licensed land surveyor be hired to develop the requisite improvement location survey, which is necessary for the certificate of occupancy to be issued. The applicant has agreed to these conditions and the remaining engineering requirements. The project will require a relocation of the sewer main along Indian Rock Lane. DPW Sewer Division commented on 10/11/23, 1/30/24, and 4/24/24. In its most recent report, Sewer Division noted the applicant has been working cooperatively with it and has developed a potentially approvable sewer relocation plan. The applicant has provided written acknowledgement of all sewer comments. The Conservation Department commented on 1/24/24. It noted the proposed structure will involve substantial cut and fill and that it is being placed in an area which is currently wooded, has steep slopes, and a high water table. The commission agrees that the placement of the building is environmentally suboptimal, although it recognizes this location is intrinsically mandated by the Board of Education specifications. Conservation further lamented the extensive tree loss while acknowledging the strength of the proposed landscaping plan. There was also some concern regarding tree viability over ledge areas. Finally, Conservation sought bicycle racks and lanes on the property. IWWA issued a green sheet on 10/13/23 indicating no permit is required. On 5/20/24, the town tree warden approved with conditions the proposed removal of 188 trees to accommodate this project. The applicant is aware of and has agreed to all the tree warden's conditions. On 4/25/24, the chief of police wrote in support of the proposal to completely remove the rock outcropping which faces the main entrance of the existing building. As regards EMAC and energy usage, the applicant has indicated the choice of a diesel generator addresses building code requirements for an on-site fuel supply for generators powering life safety systems. It was the building committee's opinion that natural gas does not meet that requirement. However, the applicant has agreed to pursue a natural gas generator subject to that fuel supply being compliant with the building codes. The proposed structure will also be solar panel ready and is designed with enough points to be LEED Gold. The project also includes EV chargers in the parking areas. Soil sampling was performed on 2 occasions. The first on July 15th, 2019 by Malone and McBroom, who reported the soil at the Central Middle School playing field does not contain contaminants and would be considered clean fill if excavated and removed from the site. The second soil sample was performed by Langan on 10/17/23 to confirm the removal of a 7,200-gallon underground storage tank and that no historical release from the tank had occurred. Concentrations were reported below, and that's VOC concentrations, reported below Connecticut Deep RSR criteria, and no further investigation or remediation was deemed warranted. The ARC reviewed this proposal at 3 meetings. Most recently, on 5/15/24, ARC found two main areas that still needed further improvement: the canopy and the brown parapet panels. It noted the canopy needs to be better integrated with the front of the building, and the brown parapet panels appear to feature two different tones of material which need to be corrected. In previous meetings, ARC expressed reservations about courtyards and light wells, as the light wells will be in shadow for 75% of the year. ARC also had concerns about the vastness of the roofscape. Both ARC and P&Z are disappointed the building committee appeared before ARC late in its process and was not more receptive to design input. The Connecticut Office of State Archaeology issued a report on 3/30/24, noting that since the majority of the site has been used over the past 60 years as a school, it is already disturbed. Further, the approximate 1.9 acre of new disturbance appears to be generally unattractive for past human settlement. The report recommends against archaeological work being required for the project area. A phasing plan has been provided for the project in the P&Z In the P&Z staff report of 6/7/24, the P&Z department requested a contingency plan also be in place to maintain existing parking on site at all times during construction. Although this application was submitted prior to the revision in the lighting regulations, the commission wishes for the site to comply with the dark sky objectives those regulations now contain, subject, of course, to safety considerations. So that's it for the whereases. Therefore, be it resolved that this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. The applicant shall comply with all herein summarized staff and departmental requirements regarding traffic, parking, drainage, sewer, tree removal, future landscaping, construction phasing, fire, and safety. Shall continue its efforts to enhance the safety measures contained in its proposal. Meet with the ARC prior to 50% construction documents to address its outstanding concerns. Work to meet dark sky objectives for any lighting installed. Establish S&E controls and tree protection for the full duration of the project. Address any other outstanding staff and departmental comments. Might I have a second before we discuss?
Second.
And seated on this application, because I always got to look it up now, Albin, McRae, Levy, Jones for Low, and Wells for Yeski.
Second.
Jones for Low.
McRae was the first set.
So McRae seconded. Low, you're not seated. Jones for Low. Okay, having a second. Any comments or adds to this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Levy.
For the record, I'd just like to note if you think it's okay just to go through the ARC comments to see how extensive their review is, and to demonstrate that there's a lot to consider how this project has developed and all the issues that have become a concern for such a large building. And this is a municipal building, and traditionally, especially in town, municipal buildings have had a very special presence and create a sense of place. And the idea is that when a town like ours has an opportunity to build such a building, that you have a great opportunity to make a statement about the town and create something, an edifice that we can all be proud of and respect. And it goes to monumentality. and the idea of referencing our collective history, always looking back, whether it's neoclassical or otherwise. There are certain elements which give you a sense of reverence and scale and proportion, and I think there's a good list of things that the ARC has given us to consider. So I'll be happy to read the comments.
I'm happy, Patrick can forward to you all the ARC comments that they sent us in the course of this. Here's the bind. At their last meeting, they said, we only want you to, we see that you're not addressing our comments, and we only want you to address these two things. So we're sending the committee back for the only two things that the ARC left open. I wanted to put the two other things that I included was the roofscape that bothered them and the darkness of the light wells, because they seemed important to me.
Yes,
when
those courtyards are an important element.
Yeah,
you're
when it
absolutely
doesn't
right.
work,
And
yeah, that the applicant should consider looking at light sources was one of the things that they had said, but then ARC backtracked at their last meeting and said, okay, let's just do these two things. So happy to send you the minutes, but at this point, ARC is not holding to those comments anymore.
I understand, but that's only because they decided to abandon it because they lost all hope. I think that was somebody else said that as well.
Yeah.
But there are things that other things that the backstops are very tall, and they should reduce the height. And I don't remember what they said they were going to do, but I didn't think that they responded about, oh yes, we should do that. Maybe they said they would consider it.
Yeah, and that's why we put into the motion that
Yeah.
basically they've agreed to going back to the ARC on those two items, and we asked them about that tonight, but on everything else, and they have the right as the building committee, they said they wouldn't consider any of the input.
I still would like to mention these things for the record.
Of course.
The front facade is the face of the school. And it talks about arriving sequence, procession, scale, and proportion.
Mhm.
There's a lack of attention to the development of these of this vital opportunity to create a particularly well-designed building. These are important aspects of any building, and there are a lot of buildings in town that respect these ideas, and therefore it's important that we are consistent on these matters and talk about these things as things that are important to us, regardless of whether we have control over it or not.
Does the sentence in the does the sentence in the motion which says both ARC and the P&Z are disappointed the building committee appeared before ARC late in its process and was not receptive to design input, that captures how you feel, right?
Yes, but these words mean something. Hierarchy. That has to do with part of the procession, the main entrance, and how and the circulation into the school. These are the things that create a building that's successful and that works. Otherwise, there's an opportunity to design something which can be confusing. So I think these are important things to continue to mention.
Okay.
The building materials and the expense of that. I think that the comments about how the building looks, the color scheme and the materials is significant, because at first blush, everybody understands how there's something very how the design is simply fashionable, as opposed to having a tried and true understanding of materials and how they work over time. And that concerns me, because the sensibility about being outdated is something that you really don't want to get trapped by. The unfortunate bit about not preserving more of the landscape is troubling, because we care about preserving our natural landscape.
Yeah, unfortunately, the tree warden is state law and overrides us on tree removal. So on a public property, he has the call.
Yes, but we can still remark on how in our POCD, these are things that concern us. And we have to discern what is, when there are competing interests, what we feel are important. And that's why it's important to mention these things.
Okay. Does anybody want to add any comments other than Mr. Levy's? Okay, I guess not. All right. So what I'm thinking of to encapsulate what Mr. Levy said is, how about if I say the commission welcomes any additional efforts to address the building facade? Do people want me to say that or not?
I don't believe it's necessary. I think we've gotten to a point where the design of the building, the site, has been thoroughly vetted.
Mhm.
We have to keep in mind actually a couple of different things. That we are looking at something that was designed by a dedicated committee of volunteers who had specifications to follow. They've made their decisions and presented to us. The opportunity, as I see it here, is to design it and provide the town of Greenwich with a building that will last for another 75 years. I believe they've done that. The fact that actually we are looking backwards to try to go forward sometimes really doesn't work. If we keep trying to save everything, we'll never make any progress. And I think this particular site needs progress.
Okay. Anybody else?
I think your comment on, being disappointed and encouraging the building committee to work with ARC, is sufficient to cover the architectural issues.
Okay. The commission supports any additional efforts, any additional dialogue with ARC?
I thought your previous comment.
Oh, you thought that was enough? Okay. Yeah, I worked on it for a really long time.
Right.
I was like, I need to phrase this right. Okay. I have a second. I don't hear any other comments. So take a vote. Macri,
Aye.
Levy,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 4-1. Mr. Levy being the dissenting vote. for the reasons that he cited on the record. Okay. Congratulations, building committee. I know you're all out there, so congratulations and good luck with moving forward. I see that everybody's still here. You can go home now. And we will go to our other stuff. So you want to go forwards, Nick? Your next one would be 6
Neil
Neil
Lane.
Lane. Your two motions for 6 Neil Lane.
Okay.
Can I
get
read my
notes
handwriting?
together here
Close
today?
extend. Oh, you got to try and
we have,
figure out how to word that parking lot.
oh, I think I did.
Okay, good.
At least while I was sitting around doing nothing for a while you're talking about something else, I was making notes.
Oh, I forgot.
Two
'cause you
parts
were
to her.
recused.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 Neil Lane, zoning map amendment PLPZ 2023-086, whereas the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone 44,163 square foot currently in the R7 zone to the LB zone for section 622 of the Grit Towns BZR. The current 51,052 square foot lot is located in two zones. The 44,000 square foot lot is in the R7 zone. And 6,000 of that is in the LB zone. The commission finds that Westcott opined that the proposal is of local interest with a minimal intermunicipal impact. The map amendment is in keeping with guiding principle number 1, objective 1.2G, guiding principle 4, objective 1.4C, and guiding principle 5, objective 5.1A of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for zoning map amendment.
Do you have a second? Oh, so you guys want to know who's seated? Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Jenkins, Lowe, and Jones. Do I have a second?
Second.
Jenkins has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Jones, how do you vote?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the final site plan and special permit.
6 Neil Lane,
Impress
PLPZ
us, McRae.
2023-087, final site plan site special permit. The applicant is seeking approval to construct a 1,744 square foot, 2-story addition at the rear of an existing office building with a 1 bay garage in the lower level space and the upper level in office space in the upper level and facade improvements with associated landscaping related site work in the parking area on a 1.172 acre property located in the LB zone. Whereas, as required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 1/24/23 public hearing under file PLPZ 2023-554. Kind of strange here. And the applicant has received a zoning map amendment under file PLPZ 2023-086. And approximately 22,390 square feet of the site will be set aside as a dedicated conservation easement area. The commission finds that DPW engineering, the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption. ARC issued comments dated 6/5/24 requesting indicating approval as noted. Sewer issued comments 5/9/24 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of their P&Z comments. And wetlands issued a permit number 2019-011 on 1/8/28/19. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall record the final conservation easement declaration and associated map on the town of Greenwich land records. Per ARC comment, the applicant will return to the committee to review final color scheme and proportions. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide a revised landscape indicating canopy trees replacing the 2 Carolina silver bell in the planters along the southern property line. The applicant should consider similar canopy trees as red maple or swamp white oak. The revised landscape plan shall be reviewed by P&Z staff. Sewer division comments. The applicant has submitted a signed letter of acknowledgement dated 5/10/24, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental comments.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jenkins,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we
I
go to.
should second.
Huh? Oh, did I
Yeah.
not second? Is that why you guys were looking at me like I was nuts? Okay, let's do that again. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes, aye.
Okay, Jones has seconded. Once again, McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jenkins,
Aye.
Lowe,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thanks, folks. And now we go to 76 Cacom.
76 Catherine Drive, application PLPZ 2024-134, final site plan special permit applicant seeking approval to construct a single-family dwelling, garages, pool, patio, septic system, drainage, attendant site work, which in total will exceed 150,000 cubic feet in volume, located in the RA2 zone on a 2.989 acre lot. The commission finds that conservation issued comments 6/6/24 indicating comments to the proposal. Health Department issued a memo dated 5/20/24 indicating approval of an 8-bedroom septic system for the primary residence and a 2-bedroom replacement area for the pool house. Yeah. Forget the strike the pool house. I think that was a typo on my end. EMAC issued a memo dated 6/9/24 indicating a favorable review, and engineering issued comments dated 6/5 indicating approval for zoning building permit. And wetlands issued permit number 2024-027 9/21/23. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. For conservation comments, the applicant is requested to examine a reconfiguration of the proposed driveways so as to save 2 old-growth, large caliber trees. P&Z staff is to review the results of the driveway reconfiguration study, if any, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Just for the record, I think we should be more specific that the reconfiguration of the driveway should be aimed at eliminating the second curb cut as proposed. That is the primary aim of it.
Okay, not saving the trees?
No, they've already saved the trees, but they added the second curb cut. So now what we want is for them to still save the trees, but also eliminate the second curb cut.
Okay.
And I think to the judgment of the
Staff.
town planner
Yeah.
or
P&Z
whomever
staff.
of P&Z
That's why
staff.
P&Z staff always is basically a town planner or who he
Yeah, but
designates.
what we need in writing is what our instructions are to them because they have to have that narrowly defined since we've already made the decision. Okay, do I have a second on this?
Wait, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Could you just state again, your understanding is the acceptable revision would be to lose the second curb cut or keep, it's to keep the tree?
Keep the trees, lose the second curb cut.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0 and we are done.